Yo, screw him. How you doing, bro? Yo, what's going on, bros? I just recorded an hour-long YouTube video. Dude, I have an SSD, bro. It's the renderer. You either load for a long time or you crash. Pick your poison. Stacks. Mech. Celiac, Red, Wayne, Jan, Apex. What's going on, bros? Okay, now I gotta figure out what character has all my support gems. There we go. Yeah, I just made a sick-ass video.
What's new?
The fuck sold? Oh shit, the Sapphire. Dub. Yeah, it's a knowledge bomb, bro. The video is a legit information bomb. Tablets. Omen chance 60. Uses 10. Dude, buying these for Exalt is so cringe. Drock, how you doing? Nex, how you doing? Celtic Cow, how you doing? Arthur, what's going on, bro? What's up, dudes? What's up, dudes? $15C. Okay. Dude, yeah, the video's sick, but it's like the kind of video that you put on and go to bed to it. It's like a lecture. It's a fucking lecture. That's the best way to view it. Wait, hold on. This guy might be the GOAT. Let me go liquid. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This guy's got all the tablets I could ever need.
Right away. What's new? Oh, nice.
Hold on. Fairly priced tablets? Chills. I just got chills. This guy might be the goat in human form. Wait. They're all the same price. Hold on.
To the books.
Don't go anywhere.
I'll fill that in as
Freeze.
soon as I can.
Put the fucking omens in the bag.
I guess it's what
Put the omens in the bag. Omens. 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 22. Almost got my ass. Alright. I'll never need to buy tablets ever again.
Let's see if there are any takers. Have an order?
Fuck. I bought them all. Fuck. Where is the... What tab was that? Oh no. This is the tab.
It's yours.
This guy's actually the GOAT for these prices, I'm not gonna lie. I bought all of them. Yeah, that's all of them. Later, bro. It was an honor. Course I do. Dude, yeah, my favorite feedback on all the YouTube videos is, dude, I wish you would make videos like this other person. Like, listen, bro. If you want the information I'm peddling, you're gonna get the information how I want to fucking say it, buddy. I'm so sorry. They don't know how stubborn I am. People also don't understand that this doesn't make any money at all. And I do it purely out of passion. This shit could get 100,000 views and I'm gonna make like $100. Dude, I wish you would record this for an hour and then edit it for 15. And then make your thumbnail and then advertise it and promote it before you uploaded it. Like, no. I think I'll record it for an hour, not edit it at all, and upload it. I think that's actually what I'm gonna do. And the only thing of value in the video is the information. Everything else is terrible. That's my product. That's it. But no, it's a good vid. I've been meaning to make it for a while. Now's the right time. It's about opportunity cost. Like how that pertains to gear slots, how that pertains to the actual mods on the gear. How that pertains to like the decisions you make in your character. Like choosing to use this defensive layer instead of this one. Why you can justify it, why you can't justify it. Wasabi with the reset for 15, thank you, bro. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to making YouTube videos, it's also not something that I don't want to have the best production value, because I know what it takes. If you want sick production value, like, there are plenty of creators that have it. I'm just here to drop a knowledge nuke on your head and just leave you with things to think about. I don't care about anything else. If you want the cool info cards and like the things that you can easily screenshot and all that stuff, I ain't your guy. I'm not your man. Wesley, I'm doing alright, bro. What could be a solution to the mitigation? Your message just got scrolled up. Hold on, I gotta scroll up. Give me a sec. Alright, where you at? What could be a solution to mitigate the inflation of div to mirrors? Is there maybe a higher level of problem with the economy that you might not see? Well, in your questioning, you've already created a narrative that there's a problem. With the use of the word solution, you're implying that there's a problem. Who said there's a problem? That we start there. And then if we agree that it's a problem, then we talk about how we could fix it, but all of like the, oh, it should just be this things. Somebody else has thought of that, it doesn't work. Like, an issue with the game is that there's nowhere to spend divine. It's just like a trading currency. There are no divine sinks. You're not gonna go sink divine into a mage blood to get the one you want because the odds are so bad. You're just gonna buy the one you want for the difference in cost. They don't go anywhere. They're just used for transactions. And they don't have any real, like, utility in the game. Except for buying an already expensive item and slamming it to perfect. But I don't think there is a problem. I think the economy behaves how it should. Most of the time. Especially when you factor in how often people are quitting and... You know, all of the divine in the game had to have been dropped at some point by some player through gameplay. And all the time, money gets flushed out of the economy by sitting in a trade, or sitting in a stash when somebody quits the league. So that's like thousands of div that don't exist anymore. Or it gets put into gear slots, like actual items, or it gets crafted with, or... You know. Somebody just logged off today and is not going to play for the rest of the league, and they've got multi-mirrors worth of shit. That's essentially just gone forever. Doesn't get recycled back into the economy to like exacerbate what a perceived problem would be. Just gone. Gone forever. Hell yeah, bro. The Trial of Chaos video. Rest in spaghetti. To the tech, it's gone. I mean, I think everybody's favorite form of crafting is the kind that gets you the item that you want for no cost. So, we've seen an economy where anybody can craft anything. And they removed the item that enabled that, that made that possible. Did my game just crash? This guy trades me a mirror and my game crashes. Let me screenshot his name. I can't even. BRB, bro. Yoink? Yeah. This fucking guy's heart is pounding right now. I'm on my way. I'm on my way, brother. This guy trades me a mirror and crashes my game. Like, what the fuck? Anytime now. Come on, PoE. He doesn't have anything to worry about. Alright guys, I think we'll wrap up the stream for today. It was awesome streaming to you guys. Catch you bros tomorrow. Imagine. $15. Live for 15 minutes. Alright guys, I'll catch you next league. Okay. There you go. Bang. Enjoy. Is there any reason not to do every map at 200% deli if you can do them just fine? Yeah, it takes time to set it up. That's your reason. There are farms where it benefits you greatly to just do it over and over and over. Like if you had 10 hours to play and you could spend all 10 hours doing the farm versus 10 hours to play and you could only spend 7 hours doing the farm because 3 of the hours you had to spend going and putting deli on everything. Yeah. That's your example. Same can be said about city maps. Like having to go find city maps is time. Also, deli monsters slow down your farm because they body block you. You have to wait for them to spawn. But it's like not possible to quantify how much it's slowing you down because nobody knows, obviously. Also depends on what kind of farm you're doing as well. Like deli can slow down abyss light farming. You have to wait for the chud to walk out of the fucking void. And if he's got a deli influence on him, he takes even longer. There's a couple things to think about. Hax, how you doing, bro? Dude, I'm actually excited to get the video out, I'm not gonna lie. I wanted to go live at a reasonable time today, and it would have taken me hella long to render it, so I'll do it off stream. But, I guess I'll just upload it tonight. I gotta make the thumbnail still. I gotta render it, upload it, and make the thumbnail. And I don't have to add shit to the description, so that should be fast, but... Alright, Yoshi, you earned it, bro. You're viewer of the day for that. Can we get a pin on that message, please? You earned it, bro. He said you gotta wait for the chud to walk out of the void. You earned it, bro. It's your big day. Welcome, bro. Welcome to the big screen. Defiance of Destiny. That's it right there. Trying to learn the pull-out strap for lights? Yeah, there's a feel. It's one of those things that you can't teach. Where the fuck is my price checker? You can't teach it, you just have to know what like their range is where they target you. One piece of tech I can give you, imagine my portal is the actual pit. Sometimes you can get them to chase you, and then you wait for them to put a new void down here, and you run really far away really fast. They will immediately go back to the void, and then you can kill them, and that's free. That's a free kill. Like if they place the void here and you run them so far away that they just turn around and beeline it back to the pit, you can beat them back to the pit and kill them for free. You don't have to worry about shit. I'm doing alright. Doing alright, can't complain. I mean, we played a build that was centric around like doing as much damage as often as possible, and we could actually kill them before they spawned the void like every single time we clicked. Whether we got a crit or not didn't really matter. Whirling Assault is like the best skill for doing that. Whirling Assault hits your screen like 8 times in a use, and then you can get Detonate Dead and you can get Heralds. The pullouts, right? You can't teach that. It's a feel. Real. Play PoE 1 on Friday? Fuck no, baby. Sorry, bros. I can't. I can't, bros. Bored again with the resub. Thanks, dude. Thank you, dude. Thank you for not playing PoE 1. See, dude, you guys are PoE 1 haters. I'm just a PoE 1 I don't care-er. I just, like, legit don't care what they add to the game. I don't want to play it. I hope the game is good. For my sake. Because when those guys have a good time, they're not bitching in here, so... It's good when that game has a sick update. Because they're a vocal community. When they don't like things, they have to tell you about it. So it's good when PoE 1 update is good. That's a critical audience of gamer. If they don't have a PoE 1 update to play, they're in your PoE 2 chat playing PoE 2 bitching about it. That's just how that one goes. Vocal community is a nice way to call them crybabies. Well, let's establish some truths, right? these games, both of them, are nerd games. And nerds think they know best, always. And also are convinced that they're not biased. And they think that their idea of best is the only way. So it's really easy to be a critic of things, not offer solutions, and just say, this is what I want, and it's the best because I want it. So if the game doesn't align with that, I get to cry and call it shit and call it dead and insert all the adjectives you guys have heard a million times. Make the game exactly how I want, or it's bad. Like, alright. Why don't you just go get hired there? They need you. But I think the balancing act that we never really talk about is like, who do these updates actually benefit? Like, if this game catered entirely to me and what I wanted in the game, it would be a much worse game for a casual. I'm willing to admit that. Because what I want personally for the game that would benefit me personally and mean that I had more fun personally might not be good for a noob. In fact, it probably would be bad for a noob. And it might mean that he doesn't want to play endgame at all. And what all the casuals want, you know, they want the game to be easier, they want to have currency for no reason, would not be good for the game in a roundabout way, because then you lose your loyal players, right? Every game has this discussion. There are people that think that streamers ruin games, and because streamers get listened to, they blame streamers for all the updates they don't like, and there are people that blame casuals. It's like kind of both, right? It's a balancing act. Would an Archmage amulet be good instead of a cast on crit one on Scattering Calamity? No. Because you want double cast on crit. People are just looking for someone to blame when they're not having fun. I think sometimes that's true, yeah. Also, would you guys agree, this is my opinion, would you guys agree though, that a lot of the fun you have in ARPGs is like centric around you and not the game being inherently fun? Like, you kind of have to make your own fun in a game that's about playing it a million different ways. It's like if somebody asked you like how you can play Monopoly and enjoy Monopoly, or how you can play GTA and enjoy GTA. And it's like, contextually, the game is the game, but what you add to the game and what your goals are, you know, obviously directly ties into how much fun you're having and who you play with. And like, you gotta play these games with a motive and a goal. Like, I like these games because I can make builds. But like, does a casual give a fuck about making builds? Probably not. You need like a knowledge of the game to make original builds. And what some people like in these games is making currency. It's like, if that's not to their liking, this league, because they don't like the popular farms, they hate Expedition or whatever, then is that the game's fault, or is that like how you like to play the game's fault? Or is it a culmination of like 10 different things and it's all tied to your perspective and how you view it? Like, a lot of people say they want to make currency and they like dropping currency, but they shit on Temple and they blamed Temple for last league being bad and said that they were going to quit playing because Temple currency was too good. It's like, oh, okay. That's like the best raw currency farm I've ever seen. Yeah, the game is a sandbox, right? The game's a sandbox. Yeah, I think a lot of people are in that boat where, like, not only are they following somebody's build guide, which means they didn't have to think about any of that stuff that's fun. All that stuff is fun. And they're also doing a farming strategy that they didn't have to think about or discover, which is also fun. They're kind of like removing layers of, like, you could have had a good time figuring it out. And that's usually because they don't have the time to figure those things out, or the time or the interest, one or the other. These are like all things that you could put hundreds of hours into and enjoy. Especially the build creation shit. That's why we harp on it so often. Like, everybody should try to make their own build at some point. It's so fucking fun. And it's like, yeah, when you're playing somebody else's build idea and you didn't have to do any problem solving, and you're just copy pasting it, and you don't understand the actual material, and you're just copying the homework, and then you're doing a farm that you don't even like, you just are getting currency for your time. Like, I can see how all of a sudden your argument becomes the game is bad because you're playing Expedition on somebody else's idea. And you want to roll into a new build, but then you gotta go find it instead of, like, taking the currency you have and just messing around and trying to figure something out. You gotta go find someone else's guide. And maybe then you play that character and it sucks or something, and then you're out of your currency and your time. These things can be remedied if we just, like, change the community narrative that it's, like, difficult to make your own build. Like, this game, you do not need a PhD. Like, it is a lot easier to make a character that can do all the content in the game, in this game, than it is in PoE 1, for example. And if we could, like, honestly, not even just, like, brainwash people into, like, giving it a shot or trying it for the first time. If we could just convince people that, like, the difference between the best character in the game and the one that you made for the first time is not as big of a gap as you think. Like, you're both capable of doing everything. That'd be cool. That'd be a cool narrative to stomp out. There are some people that genuinely think you can't play, like, attack-based characters because spells are so good. It's like, holy shit. That's a destructive logic route to follow, because that limits how many ways you can play immediately. Just cut them in half. You want to ask, if you already did the campaign and you fight the divinity, if you fight the second time, can you get help from other people to kill the boss? You could get help from other people to kill the boss first time. As long as it's your Atlas. Yeah, it's weird because as somebody that plays the game all the time, I never know what the origin of the narratives is. Like, I don't know if it's like one big creator said one thing about builds in general and it got taken as like law. I don't know where a lot of these things start. But like, I see the same talking points. I just don't know where the source is. You know what I mean? Like, I read things in the chat all the time that I'm just like, that is just like not true of the game. But like, a lot of people say it. And I can see how they would think that, but it's actually this. And I don't know where it started because it's not original thought if it's phrased the exact same way. Like, it looks like a hyper-specific argument. And that means that somebody else said it and it's being parroted, but I don't know who said it and why they said it and if there was context and, you know. Now, you can always get carried in the divinity fight. I'm not really interested in Invoker. Personally. I've played it before and it hasn't changed very much.
I'll fill that in as soon as I can.
Never lucky. Do I agree with the argument that self-cast spells suck? That's pretty general. No? Do you mean, like, using totems instead of self-casting? No, cast on crit or ailment instead of casting fireball or comet yourself. Well, the reason cast on crit and cast on elemental ailment are so good are because it's easier to meet the conditions to spam if you can meet the conditions to spam than it is to just use them on your own. That doesn't mean that the skills are inherently bad. The skills are still usable. Just, one is better than the other. I mean, yeah, I read questions like that all the time. I know what the point is underneath the question. But sometimes it's hard to ask a question without it leading to the answer that you want to hear. Like, cast-ons are very strong if you want an answer. Because you can use high damage spells very frequently. And you can circumvent cast time. Which is the way those spells are balanced. They're balanced around having a really long cast time. Have I ever thought about making a game? No. I would not be able to make a good video game. I think it would be cool to be consulted, but I don't know if I would enjoy making a video game, nor do I have the skill set to do that. I think that would be a detractor. In the same way that I like music, I don't really want to make original music. I don't have an interest in doing that. I don't want to contribute to that. People are really good at making games. I like playing games. I don't want to make one. Say one wants to start doing his own build, knowledgeable on what he likes and sense of gameplay. How do you start? Where do you start? I have an entire video on this that I worked very hard on, but if you want me to summarize like the beginning stages, you need to find a skill that you think is fun, that you are cool with using for hundreds of hours, potentially. And by a skill, I mean a clear skill. And you have to be able to like see the potential of it while you're gearing with it. That's step one. And then you find the gear that would work nicely with it. And then you pick your support gems. And then you pick what ascendancy and where you start in your tree. That's pretty much it. Get an idea of how much it's all going to cost. Yeah. It's how to make your own build. I don't remember what I titled it. Something how to make your own build in Period 2. Or how I make my characters or whatever. My philosophy on it. I think about the game in two different ways when I'm trying to make a build that is fun and when I'm trying to make a build that I think could be like a contender. My approach, if I think I can make the best build of the league with like the skill that I'm working with, is a lot different than my approach if I'm making like a character that I think will just be fun as fuck. Like the Scattering Calamity Titan character I made last league, I viewed it in an entirely different way because I knew it had the potential to be like the best character. That's all like motive and blah blah blah. If you make a game, would I like be a consultant for your game? I don't know. What's in it for me? I gotta believe in it. I'm not playing Period 1 now. Is buying a 2-socket Voices worth it at this stage of League? You're getting tired of Sim? Yeah, it is. I don't even know what it's worth, in, like currency-wise, but I would say yes. I mean, it's pretty much, you can just read the voices as +1 5 module in your character. That's a lot of character power. Yeah, I don't really want money though. I'm not driven by that. I don't think you could give me money for that. Like, we've had a bunch of viewers that make, like, programs or, like, extensions, add-ons for like this game, and if I just like don't agree with the product or wouldn't use it personally, I'm not gonna just like try it out and tell you what I think about it and all that stuff. Like, it's your thing, right? It's not my thing. Especially on stream too. Like, I'm not gonna endorse it if I don't know you, or it'd be really bad if there was like something malicious in there and I didn't do my due diligence because I don't care about it. Like, I'm not gonna go skim through your GitHub repository and find out if there's anything bad in there. Like, I don't care about it. I hope it does well, but, you know, if it's not malicious, but it's a lot of time. That shit takes a long time. Not that I think anybody that's ever reached out to me and said, hey dude, I made a price checker thing. You know, can you endorse this and talk about it? Not that I think any of those people have ever tried to do something like that, but I could see how my kindness would be... Like, it's honestly probably just implied that I would say, hey dude, that's hella cool on stream, and then that's a clip, you know? Because I do think in concept all those things are cool, and I think the use of somebody's time to do something like that that would contribute to the game and add to the community is cool. But obviously it's a time investment for that person, and then it's like, is it competing with things that I already use and enjoy that are good enough for me? Like, am I going to use your price checker over the one I have? Probably not, because mine works just fine. Like, what problem does this solve that would benefit me? They're like, oh, well, it's got all these market details that are, like, super valuable, and it's got a woven in, like, arbitrage section, so you can see what the best exchange rate, and then, like, you're already getting into the territory where I wouldn't use this, because I don't play like that, or care about that. Like, that's for somebody else. I'm not the target audience already. Yeah, I stole mana stack, bro. I'll never be able to live this down. The entire archetype stole that shit. I stole your mana. I took it right off your plate. Bold of them to think I'd apologize, too. Yeah, split personality tech is pretty valuable. You would pay me to teach you PoE 2. I do it for free. You don't gotta pay me shit, bro. You can pay me by typing in the chat every now and then. That helps. And it's free. I've done coaching before in games, but I've never charged. I don't think it's responsible to pay a video game coach. Generally speaking. I think a lot of people don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Video game coaching is one of the funnier scams online. Like, oh, this guy's immortal in Valorant and you're paying him money to teach you how to improve. He might just be good at the game and not be able to explain it, you know what I mean? And what works for him might do nothing for you. Brr, brr. On the first glass light. Yeah, I mean, FPS coaching is funny because the reason this person is better than you at first-person shooters is because they have years and years and years and years and years of knowledge. And a lot of people view these newer games as like, well, Valorant's been out for the same amount of time for everybody. And it's like, yeah, but this guy's been playing FPS games like competitively for 15 years. So you guys didn't start on the same foot when the game dropped. He was like a semi-pro CS player, and he knows so much about these games that he's forgotten that's just like muscle memory shit that he can't teach. It's like compounded information from years and years and years of like seeing scenarios. So is this just a bugged mirror where I just can't click a single thing? And that doesn't mean that your free options for coaching or like information are good either, by the way. There are a lot of merchants on a YouTube video as well that are just saying bullshit. That probably shouldn't be giving advice as well. This is just cooked, right? This mirror is cooked. Yeah, that's sick. This happens like every other time for me. Try one more time. Yeah, it's fucked. Fucking on me. Yeah, also, in these games, it's really destructive to give bad advice. Because, I mean, you could argue this if you're already good, but the game is, like, inherently difficult. So, somebody that's, like, a lesser player or that's at a different spot in their development doesn't know that they're receiving bad info, and they might run with that for hundreds of hours until they, like, surpass the person that's giving them the advice. Like, you might have no idea that the advice you're taking is, like, horseshit for 500 hours of gameplay. And you're just, like, playing with false pretenses the entire time. That's bad. That's why we have, like, there's, like, a baseline requirement that you do your due diligence, or you can, like, prove your concept in PoE videos, generally speaking. But when that video is 120,000 views, and like none of those people are gonna go double check the information they just received, they kind of just take it as law, and that's like so bad. Especially like farming strats and builds. Farming strats and build guides are like the two things where you can do a great disservice to thousands of people by giving bullshit advice. Like, you're gonna fuck up all of their money and time. Yeah, people are dropping build guides on, like, tier 5 maps. And they're using terms like endgame viable. Like, oh no. Yeah, there were a lot of people doing bullshit guides in 0.1, that's true. The game had like a crazy surge in popularity. At that time, the term tourist actually meant something. And, like, your tenure on these games is important, and your understanding of ARPGs is important. Because all of your decisions are, like, built on top of your, like, the foundation that you've developed over years of playing the games. Like, it is usually just true that, like, a PoE 1 veteran will make a better PoE 2 build than, like, a Diablo guy that's never played PoE 1, because baseline understanding of all the concepts is just greater, right? He has to have learned these things at some point to survive in the previous game. And Diablo is just a bit easier. And the terminology gap is also really crazy. Like, the knowledge gap in terminology is nuts. Rule of thumb for you is you look at the guide and then visit the stream and double check if it's bullshit or not. There are things in all my characters where I'm like very explicit in saying I'm testing this. This very well might be shit and not good. But I gotta take the time to figure that out. That's why I didn't drop a written guide for this character, because it's like I'm not certain of anything on the build yet. That video is like showcase, as opposed to like the Twister one, right? Where like I've legit tested fucking everything on that character. And I can tell you what's bait and what's not, and I can tell you if it's bait at this stage or if it's like actually good for now and you swap it later, blah blah blah. Holy fuck, look how many postules were on the ground. Does Rain of Blades at least look cool? The name is badass. I haven't seen any gameplay of it. But I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Yeah, there's nuance too. Like what Tom just said is a good example of like some builds are very good, but they're only playable with currency. And that means that the term good is flimsy, right? Because you could then make the argument that the best builds are playable at every currency stage, and if your build is only playable with 10 mirrors, it's probably shit. Because you needed 10 mirrors to even play the thing. This is where we get into like the use of vocabulary and how like words have no meaning because they're used for multiple things at the same time. That is something to think about for sure. Like if your build is only playable because it's got a Temporalis, like you better be damn good at farming, because that's a crazy investment to start a build, you know? If like the difference in character power is like incredibly large between a regular chest and the average blink time and your average clear speed versus the temp, and that's 4,700 divine later, you know? You might be able to make a better character for less than just the chest armor on that character. But that build might have a higher ceiling than yours. You know what I mean? Because you can make a damn good build for 4,700 div. Which is one gear slot on that crazy ass character with that crazy ass item. Yeah, I mean, it's all perspective stuff, right? If a build doesn't use Whirling Assault, Bone Shatter, Temporalis, it's not playable. Like, I feel that way. For personal use, but somebody else might disagree. I'm definitely spoiled. I'm in the camp where if I'm moving fast, I'm having a good time, and if I'm not, I'm not. So, like, yeah, all my builds are going to have some form of attack speed movement or attempt. But luckily, attack speed movement's really cheap. Because once you move this fast, it's really hard to play a slower character and have the same amount of fun. I'm not playing the Piri 1 season, no. Boom, boom, boom. Thanks to you, I've yet to play a build as good as Abyssal Edge Twister. Fuck yeah. That character is sick as fuck. I'm happy of all the builds we've ever made, that one got a popularity surge this league. That was a very good feeling. Because it's just like a straightforward gameplay loop. Setting it up is kind of nerdy. Like, understanding it is kind of nerdy. Like, introducing newer players to concepts like minion reservation efficiency, spirit reservation efficiency. I'm happy I took the approach of, like, not actually explaining how it works, but just telling you to get as much as possible because there are breakpoints everywhere. Because if we took that approach, I think it would have scared people away. In fact, I literally just did the same thing in my video that I recorded today, where I'd used no math, I just used common sense. And I hope that it makes the video land a little bit better, because once you start getting mathematical, people click away and go find a simpler build. But it's like, it's actually not that complex, it's just something that an Ice Strike monk doesn't have to think about, you know? And you might rob yourself of a little bit of fun if you just ignore shit because it has numbers in it. How many hours do I have in Piri 2? It's embarrassing, bro. Like 5,300 or something. I mean, true PoE Ascension is just recognizing that it's like actually almost impossible to calculate your effective damage in this game, so you might as well just not do it and just stack as much damage as you can and play off vibes. That's like true Ascension. There are certain skills where I can tell you exactly how much damage to the T it's going to do to a boss, and there are other skills where I can't even give you a fuck within 10%. Like, legit impossible to calculate. Too many variables. Too much shit going on. Yeah, D'Angelo's one of my top 5 artists ever, bro. Big time. Yeah, I mean, it just depends on how the skill operates in the game, right? Like, different skills behave differently in the game. And your tooltip isn't going to tell you anything about the monster. Like, you can deal a fixed amount of damage when the skill leaves your character. But by the time it hits the monster can take more damage than you dealt because of things. You know what I mean? Inverting its resistance, for example. You might send out a twister that does 100,000 damage flat. But if it hit a monster with no resistance, it's going to deal this much, and if it hits a monster with resistance and you have Brachiotis, it's going to invert that and deal more than 100k, obviously. And now, that's one example. Now there's like 50 of those. And they're all happening simultaneously, and sometimes they only happen a percentage of the time. And you also have conditional damage within your tree. And conditional supports. And some of them are on timers too.
Never going back, bro. No, never.
Oxytocin with the sub. Thank you, bro. Demon out of me. Let's go everywhere. Bit dog. She's a pedophile. Later, cab driver. Roll up your window fast. And I don't know if I can last. It's also super easy to get lost in the sauce with the damage numbers. It doesn't matter how good your damage is if your build feels like shit, right? POB can tell you that your skill does this much damage, but if your gameplay loop is terrible and your build is not fun, you should make a new one. Or use a different skill. Like, there are people that have, like, straight POB fucking warlords that are only good on that page, and the second you try to play that build, it's fucking terrible. And the numbers don't tell you that. Quality of life is something that's, like, invaluable. And the numbers lie, too. Well, not necessarily. A lot of the times numbers don't lie, but the way you're viewing the numbers is different than what the number is saying. The number is just saying what the number is. Your perspective on the... Just like stats. Like, people can look at two statistics and make opposite arguments with the same stat line. Like, for example, attacks per second on Bone Shatter versus attacks per second on Whirling. Whirling has higher APS and moves slower in the game. And you would only know that if you tried them both. But if you don't try them both... How long is this fucking song? Holy shit. You would only know it if you tried it. And the reason is because one goes further per swing than the other. So even though the other attacks more times per second, it's slower in game because it doesn't go as far per swing. No, that is not true, Jorgen. That's what we would call a narrative. The cost to craft the items is the exact same, assuming you have the base. They have the same exact item. And the difficulty to craft, I think it might be a little bit cheaper for the mace because there are less suffixes. But the cost to craft as far as like the currency is the same shit. And there are crafts that are deterministic and crafts that are not. But if you were to buy the items, the spear is more expensive because of how many people are playing Twister than the mace is. Freedom of faith. Yeah, it's because whirling has inherent knockback. Whirling has the same targeting, it just pushes the monsters away because it's got knockback. You can invest in knockback in both of them though with this node. Staggering palm and then knockback support in Bone Shatter. But that's like a playstyle thing. I don't have a problem with like any targeting related stuff because I know when to use my clear skill. Because I have like a ton of time played on it. I think it's different on controller though. I'm not gonna play Poe 1 now. The character doesn't have a problem with Expedition. This character's issue is single target. The build is actually pretty good at Expedition because it's got a fuck ton of chain. So every time you click, you're hitting everything multiple times. You're shooting 35 projectiles and they're all chaining per frenzy charge that you consumed. It plays a lot like Scatter and Calamity actually. If I was gonna run Expedition on this character though, I would look to get Chill Immune. Bottom of the tree. I'd look to get this node, or to anoint that node. No, that does not help with freeze, no. You need a charm for freeze. There are characters that can get freeze and chill immune with Embodiment of Frost if you are using Arcan. But you can also get the Dream Fragment effect on your Lore Weave, which is immunity to both. But you're gonna lose a really good mod if you do that. Is there a better skill for single target? No. You can use snipe in a different way, where you have like a consistent critical hit chance. But then you've got to invest in that. And that's got opportunity cost. I just use Garacons and use it multiple times. I don't have a problem with the single target personally, but some people like to one-shot. Like, that's a two-shot for me, and the time it would have taken to one-shot on a different character, so, like, I don't really care, but somebody does. Rain of Arrows is alright, but that's only if the monster stands still. And it's better when you use Conk Area on it, and that means it's got less AoE, because the more AoE it has, the worse your probability of hitting with it is. And it's got Snapshot and Crit, which actually services it, but it's, less consistent than Snipe, in my opinion. I don't mind doing this 3 times to kill boss. Or 5 times, I don't care, because it's so fast. Literally just spam this shit over and over and just perfect strike over and over and over. Or perfect timing. And you do more damage to the mob the better its modifiers are. And also in Expedition you have really good Headhunter mod uptime. Like you should have max Headhunter stacks pretty much the whole time you're playing it. And that also means that they have resistances out the ass that you invert. The only lame constant variable is that they're usually evasive, which means you can miss, which sucks. But you're shooting additional proj. And you can hit a monster next to it and then hit it with AoE. It all depends. But this character doesn't have a problem killing rares. This character has a problem killing bosses. The more monsters on your screen, the more damage it deals. This short explanation. Because you can literally multiply your damage by 5 if you have charges. Frenzy charges. Yeah, I've been playing Ritual. I like Ritual this league. I'm having a lot of fun in Ritual. Buy my whittle on the last page. Fuck it. Yeah, the video is 57 minutes long. But I feel like if I didn't make the video information dense, there would be no point in making it to begin with. So we'll see how well received that element is. Do people care if your video's long as fuck if it's good? I feel like people only bitch about a long video if it like sucks, or if there's like points where it sucks. I think there's like a negative community connotation about making a long video because they think you're trying to like farm them for money or something. Like I've always been totally fucking transparent with what money the videos make. These don't make shit. And most people don't watch more than the first 5 minutes of the video anyways, the majority of clicks. So when you see a video with 100,000 views, it depends on the style of video, of course, and like how good you are at keeping people entertained at different points, and like how valuable the information is that you mentioned early in the video to keep them retained. But some videos like 95, like maybe only 12% of people made it to the last minute and shit. It's not good. But like a Mr. Beast video that's an hour long or whatever, where he's like deliberately trying to target certain timestamps in the video to keep you there because he knows you click off at the 8-minute mark, most people. Very different. In my opinion, is it dumb to spend 90% of your budget on a temp you're trying to make a Secondus build? What's your budget? Like, are we talking 90% of 10,000 div, or are we talking 90% of 5k? Ooh. So you're gonna buy a shit temp. Cause isn't a 1.99, a minus 1.99, like 4.7D? I wouldn't, bro. I'm gonna be real. I would sack more paper before you buy a temp or else. You will notice a drastic difference in a minus 1.7 and a minus 1.9. Like a very big difference. So if you buy like a mid one, like an underrolled corrupted one, it's almost like not even worth using, to be honest with you. This is just beautiful. My screen right now is just fucking beautiful. That was just, this is like the perfect arena for a ritual. That was just a masterpiece. My character was just 10 times stronger than it normally was in that little area. Never. You just the way you are. Bum, 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 bum. The 1.9 temp is 3.6 right now. Is that with like no sockets and... I still wouldn't, bro. I'd say get a 1.99. I mean, you can also use like a 1.9 and then resell it when you have the difference to buy a better one. Yeah, you could also buy an uncorrupted one for personal use, manually div slam it. But be prepared, because that roll range is crazy. Also, you need a wand. Those monsters aren't hard to kill, but you need a wand with good cast speed to complement the blink.
Have an order? All the best.
Yeah, it does. War mode, it really does. How many divines would I say is needed to achieve a similar performance to the build in my Scattering Calamity Titan? I have no idea, because I geared that character so long ago. I also try to avoid this question because I can't answer it in good faith. I would be lying to you if I gave you a number. I legit have no clue. Because dropping the video inflated the price of every item that I got for cheap because I made the character. And I'm not like actively checking the market. In fact, I haven't checked the market on a single gear slot since I made that character, and I haven't upgraded any gear slots since, so you'd have to price check it all. The only time I could answer that was for the weapon gear slot. I was buying really well divined ones for like 80 div and then corrupting them manually. Trying to get a better one for personal use. But I'm in the days. Can't complain. Been doing good. Even if I wasn't, I would lie to you. Yeah, I mean, the reason I like never give a direct answer to that question is because I feel like I can't. I feel like there is no answer. Even if I was to give him like, oh, 3,000 div, that's what I could get it online for, maybe. That's also just a random number I'm throwing out. I don't even know if that's true. But like 3,000 div when you know what you're looking for and 3,000 div when you don't are very different. And if you're trying to make it on a budget of like 500, your knowledge there is even more valuable because you have, you know, better understanding of what you need to spend currency on and what you don't. And a better market understanding, better understanding of how to use a trade website, find specific items, like different values. Like a lot of people don't even res cap, they don't even care. They're fine being 20 under on all three. I don't care about rarity personally, so I don't ever pay for that. Some people do though. That just 2x the price of all your gear. Do I mind sharing the reason why I would not be honest if I had not been doing too good recently? Because the last place I would go if I was having IRL problems for Solus is internet virtual chat room. Yeah guys, life's been really rough recently. Just not doing well right now. I ain't looking for sympathy. I'm always doing fine. Even when I'm not.
Never going back, bro. No, never. I ain't never going.
Guys, I'm just not doing well. I'm going through it right now. Thanks for the gifted. You'll never see me on that time. You'll never ever see me on that type of time. Ever. Perrin with the reset for 15. Bit dog. What makes me not care about rarity on gear? Do I think it doesn't make much of a difference, or do I personally not enjoy it? Well, we actually cover this in our video that's coming out. Opportunity cost. It's like you spend a lot for rarity, and then you have to make all that difference. Like, say you spend 250 div per item slot to get rarity. Do you really think you're going to drop that much raw currency to make up for 250, 500, 750? The rings are even more expensive to get like double rarity or triple rarity rings. It's like a fun stat. It's a stat that scales how much fun you have. And it isn't directly tied to like a lot of the farms, right? Like rarity doesn't do anything for this ritual window, for example, or for your Sechimus farm, or depends on what content you play. So it's like you're paying to hear tinks on your screen. Or you're crafting a lot to hear tanks on your screen. It depends on your approach. Obviously, if you craft your shit, it's different, but I ain't crafting a damn thing, personally. He said, I'm not doing fine. I dropped a voices last night and accidentally ID'd it on autopilot because you were yelling to your girlfriend about dropping the voices. Listen, bro. You're a Prada viewer. We know you got a girl. All the Prada viewers got girls. Some of them multiple. You don't gotta type a whole paragraph to tell us you got a girlfriend, bro. We know. You're him, okay? We know. We know you're him. You ain't gotta flex on us. You would have ID'd it anyways, like a Chad. I mean, yeah, rarity also detracts from your total character power as well. Like, you're losing suffixes. They could have been other things. But it's more valuable depending on the content you play, right? If you're playing Temple, rarity is like God stat. The whole entire Temple farm is centric around killing monsters, and you're gonna do it zero either way. It doesn't have an effect in that scenario, but you kill a fuck ton of rares. You saw Georgia on my mind. I mean, if I'm really down bad currency-wise and I need to get a bag to like finance a build or something, I'm literally just gonna go do one of the fucking terrible farms that nobody enjoys. Like, I can go make 2,000 div whenever I want if I just go farm Adorned. It might take me a couple days, but like, eventually the Adorned will appear on my screen. And if not that, I can go play Secamus. And if not that, I can go do Expedition. And in the meantime, I'm gonna play shit I enjoy, like Ritual and Breach and all that stuff. Abyss when I revisit it. An old sweet song. I can't personally tell you if they've adjusted the Omen of Light drop rate, but I can tell you that they can. We know for certain that they can do that without a hotfix even, because they've done it before. They can change your drops server-wide. They can also change specifically one player's drops. They do that to find out if people are botting. They have dev tools that have been leaked, where we know what's in the dev tool. They can literally just put you in unlucky zone, where you're just perma-unlucky. That's not happening to any of you. But if you think for 1 second that a game that's centric around RNG and good drops wouldn't have pity values programmed into the game, you out of your mind. Because what would you do? They do that to me. They do that to me. Now There's like the dev tools got leaked when that Eric guy's account got hacked. And they have a button they can just press on your username where you just never make any bread ever again. And we know in 0.2.1, we know in that patch that they retroactively changed drop rates while people were playing after about a weekend. Inarguable if you played at that time. This is not personal anecdote woo-wah bullshit. Anybody that played in that time will attest to that. And that's because they could see the market repercussions of the rarity change that they made, and it was bad. And it was gonna get much worse. Like irreversible damage levels of worse. So they really knocked that down. .2.1. The 0.2.1 rarity change was so noticeably different than prior to it. By the way, this was in a patch note that they're buffing rarity, quotes buffing. And it was so noticeable that people were only running breachstones to kill the rares up to Zesht. And then they weren't even killing the boss. They would just leave and do a new breachstone over and over and over for the loot explosion before Zesht. And people were dropping mirrors and tier 1 uniques off cooldown. And it was so bad that they changed it. And like people went from just straight squirt printing loot to not doing that. And it was legit night and day. So it went from where the game was, night and day change to like god loot, everybody was dropping god loot, to night and day again, where the loot was like closer to where it was or somewhere in the middle. Yeah, and Motsa dropped 3 mirrors and like multiple copies of every T0 unique, or T1 unique, sorry, there are no T0s. And he was just linking them to me all day, not even playing in a party. I was dropping fucking crazy shit. It was legit, like, anybody that would try to tell you that they did not change that is a liar. Or didn't play the game. Simply did not play the game. Inarguable. Like, we're not retarded. We have thousands of hours played. I can tell you when there's a drastic fucking difference in drops after thousands of runs, you know what I mean? That was 0.2.1. And we had a weekend. It was like from launch to when it was like night and day changed. Because there's the taper, right? There's like the, am I getting unlucky or is it actually changed period? So they might have turned off the loot at a certain point and then you only realized it like 8 hours of gameplay later or something. But it was like 2 days of just god loot. There were people that had recorded data sets too that reflected this mathematically, where it was like, this is what I dropped my first day, this is what I dropped my second day, and this is what I dropped my third day, and it was like, oh yeah, okay. These, this sample size is crazy. It was a good time to be playing though. That was a fun time in the game. And if you miss that free week, I don't think these two things are causally linked, but it was also a free weekend in the game. I don't think they did that because there was a free weekend in the game, but it was kind of funny that all the noobs got to play and got to enjoy that if they were in endgame already, and a lot of people came and revisited the game thinking that the rarity system had changed because that was like the current community bitch. Was it like the drops felt bad? But yeah, it was funny. I dropped like 7 Kalandra's Touch or something. But that was also a patch where the T1 uniques drop rate, generally speaking, were changed. Irrespective of the rarity change, those two things were not like tied. They both happened at the same time. And I don't think that part has changed. I think that one kind of stayed very similar. But the raw currency was like fucking night and day difference. You're getting like monster loot explosions at the end of the little rare monster section of like 3 div minimum. And like hella tiered uniques, or tiered rares, sorry. Yeah, it was fucking nuts. You'd literally get divine stacks that said like 4 divine in a single stack, because it would pull them all together. Instead of saying divine 4 times, it would stack them together. To getting like 1 divine every 3 runs or something. But yeah, that shit was so profitable, nobody even killed the boss. Because it wasn't worth your time. I mean, yeah, tiered rares are always going to be bad because it's just a probability game, right? The mods that you desire have nothing to do with the mods the item's going to have by virtue of it being tiered. That just means that it's going to have the best versions of the mods that it can roll. It's still going to roll with bullshit mods. It's just going to be high-tiered versions of bullshit mods. And the difference in costs of an item that's got 6 good mods and 4 good mods is like hundreds of divs, so... The probability that you drop a ring that your character would actually equip and use right now is low. Unless you're in like SSF or something. Because think about what the odds are that you drop an item that's got tier 1 mods of things that you would use. Like... mathematically, what are the odds of an item dropping with all of that? The odds are much greater if it is tiered, right? But like, what do you think the odds are that you drop, like, my bow on the ground? That's got 5 tier 1 mods that are desirable and 1 tier 2 mod that's also desirable? Like, this shit is almost never going to drop on the ground. Not literally never, but almost never. This is like a must-craft item. It's one in like... You can actually do the math if you know what the probabilities are of seeing all of these mods. And like you know that once you have increased fizz, that's out of the pool. And once you have lightning damage, that's 2 mods that are out of the pool. So that makes this last one more probable by virtue of that. You know what the odds are of like the item affixes appearing. But what are the odds that they all appear at the same time? On an item on the ground. What are the odds that the rare drops with 6 mods to begin with? What are the odds that it drops with 4 and then you perfect exalt slam the 2 mods that you want? It's like 1 in hundreds of thousands. Or millions on some items. Like that shit is just not happening. You have to craft it. Like... Of all of the items you can pick up off the ground and slam, there are some that have a way greater chance of slamming what you want than others, like rubies, for example. If you desire certain mods on a ruby, rubies have very few mods. Those are much easier to get like 3 out of 4s. Just by slamming, just by exalt slamming. Or picking them up and IDing them. Versus an emerald, which is like over twice as difficult to get the desired mods that you want. Because it's got over like twice the mods. I mean, you're happy when you get the mod you want in 10 whittles, right? And that's with like greater perfect chaos. Which is influencing it drastically, you know? One div. What about this? Greater chaos. What's good on the ruby? I'm just saying in the event that you wanted a ruby, it would be easier to get than an emerald.
Hey, fuck you,
Rubies have max rage though. That's a good stat. a toy balloon. You are just like a couple of tots. That's the best feeling, bro, when you're playing a build that has what is perceived as a dead stat to others and is like bis for you, and you get all of your gear super cheap. Great feeling. Playing an off-meta build has its perks. You can make like a great character for a fraction of the cost of somebody else playing something that has like a bunch of competitive gear that other players want. And do today. I rated Enders yesterday and that man was fuming. Enders is hilarious, bro. I said he's usually having a great time. No, he ain't. No, he ain't. I figured you guys would get a kick out of his stream. He's a great content creator. He's fucking funny as fuck.
Good.
Wanna go and play hide and seek? He's so good at a shit game. Just like a couple of tots. He's in the camp of just like suffering from knowledge. Like he sees all of the issues with the game and it's not going to change. So it's just like pain. And the longer you notice it, the more it hurts when 5 updates have went past and like this bugged gun is not fixed yet. He plays Battlefield. He's like the biggest Battlefield creator. Or the biggest like Battlefield-centric creator that isn't like a Jack Frags that pulls up and makes one video in the game and doesn't play it anymore. No shade or anything, just like there are people that get hella views that can make a video on any game. But he's like Battlefield exclusive. But like if Shroud made a Battlefield video, it'd be like the best performing Battlefield video on YouTube. But that doesn't mean he's a Battlefield player, you know? No, he's so fucking funny. He's also just a great dude. Like, I've talked to him a couple times. He's a great guy. He's a bro. If you wanted to do a cast on crit, should you do it on an Oracle? You're already an Oracle. Oracle is an option. I wouldn't view the game through those optics though. If you're trying to use cast on crit, the first thing I would think of is not the ascendancy. My brain would go to the skill and how easy it is to get crit capped. And how much currency you're working with. The ascendancy is like the 5th most important thing on your build, majority of the time. Yeah, I'm using a Kadiros, yep. In my quiver slot. I bought my voices like very early in League. I don't know what it's worth right now. I bought my voices in like the first week. I don't know, I haven't checked the ninja. The ninja DPS is all bullshit on like every build ever. I don't think I changed anything. I think I was testing out Obliterator with Poison Burst, but... I made 500 div selling the Coolmock trials, but I don't know if that'd have bought my entire voices. Yeah, it's because you have, when you change your spacebar on a Temporalis character, it will unbind, close all user interface. If you change your spacebar to dodge only. If you change it to dodge sprint, you can dual bind to close all user interface. Might be able to do it like this too. No, it undoes it. That's why. Yeah. What would I say is my strongest farming build? I have no idea. They're all good. Girlfriend, Ethan, was walking. Yeah, I wouldn't go into TOC with 100 div expecting to win. Honestly, I'd start with like... I would buy the exact amount to be on rate. I'd start there. Buy 50 of 2 trial types and 50 of the one that you're missing. So buy like Cowardly and Deadly or whatever. 50 of those each. And then the third one you run the trial of that kind so you don't have to pay for it up front. Nah, the bosses don't drop anything. They just give you a ton of tribute. Like 300 hours under. Yeah, I made a really sick video today. I don't know if I'm gonna drop it tonight or tomorrow morning. I guess I could just ask you guys. Do you guys give a fuck when it drops? I usually drop at 11 a.m. That way you guys can watch it before I go live. But I'd be down to drop the video tonight, because that's what I'm gonna do the second I end stream, is make the thumbnail and upload that. Do you guys care if I drop a video like later in the day? Does it matter to you at all? Yeah, the majority of my viewer demographic though is in the United States.
Hey, fuck you, man!
I have more US viewers than European viewers. I think for the algorithm, it's probably better to drop it tomorrow, but I don't really care. The game's viewership is down already. Not at me. The video is on opportunity cost. It's like a lecture style video on opportunity cost. And just like going over the opportunity costs of certain things and how you can view the game through like those optics. Like nothing is just like raw character power, everything you lose something. If you have something in this slot, that means something else cannot be in that slot. And what is that something else, and how good is that? And how does that affect the ceiling of your character? It's pretty much it, yeah. I talk about gear slots, I talk about jewel slots, I talk about actual affixes. Like if you have cold res here, that means you can't have something else where the cold res was. I briefly touch on like where you want to have your reses and where you want to have stats if you're forced to get them, and just basic stuff like that. I talk about when it's okay to use uniques and when it's not. The super regular viewers know what are the 3 best gear slots on your character in the game. The people that have been around for a while know. Weapon is 1. Chest and ammo. Bingo. Bingo. Yeah, we cover Y in that video. We used a pretty simple example for the belt too. Like, how often can you justify the use of a rare belt? What percentage of characters do you think are going to use a rare belt on the final version of their build? Yeah. That's an extreme example that's easy to understand. Using a rare belt means you're not using a Mage Blood or a Headhunter. Yeah, sure, or Darkness Enthroned, yeah. Yeah, or minions. Yeah, that's another one. The better question is how many are going to reach the final version of their build? Here, we can look at an interesting stat. I think this would surprise you guys. I think I said 48% in my video, but I'd be willing to bet that at this stage of League, it's even... 22% of players in the current snapshot of the game have a Headhunter equip, And 35% of players have a Mage Blood equip. You can't equip both at once. And that's just the current snapshot of the game. That doesn't account for people that haven't played in 4 days, 3 days. So over half the player base has a unique belt. %29 of players have a rare one. Heart of the Well has a crazy use rate. Holy fuck. Yeah, that's just people that are playing right now. That also doesn't account for people that have had multiple. Like multiple of those items have gone through their character. That doesn't account for all the people that have both. Multiple builds either. And that's just for Headhunter and Mageblood. Like somebody dropped a Headhunter right now that's got a Mageblood that is just going to go sell it to someone else. That doesn't account for any of the ones that are listed on trade. Like there are a lot of these in circulation. It's actually fair to say that most players have one because the majority of players do. Yeah, this is assuming that your character is able to be picked up in the API snapshot of like the builds or whatever. Who knows what percentage of players don't make it to maps every league that play for 4 hours and put the game down. Like obviously that entire demographic is not going to have the item. You can only drop it at level, what, 55 or something? It's incredibly rare to get it in campaign. We're talking about people that play the game, not people that spent 5 hours in campaign and didn't relaunch. But there are also thousands of players that aren't in the most recent snapshot or haven't played in 2 weeks. All my builds are on Poninja under the streamer category. If you do exclamation builds in the chat, you can see my PoE Ninja snapshots. Dude, I got flamed for this take too, where I said most people will have one of the two on the Miso and Rabbit podcast. Because if you don't have one and you hear that, it's just like the emotional argument comes out of like most players. I've played 3 leagues and haven't gotten one a single time. And it's like, well, you're in the minority, unfortunately. And contrary to popular belief, it is a skill gap. It's a skill issue. Because there's content where you can farm the shit. If you're not playing the content to farm the shit, you're not going to get it. That's like saying that, making an argument about Rakiata's flow and you haven't done a single Jade Isles. Like everybody knows that plays the game what the best place is to get a Headhunter or a Mageblood if you're in SSF, for example. And if you don't play that content, like the probability that you get one is a lot lower. Like last league, if you wanted a Headhunter, what content did you play? There's one answer. But it's like the same, yeah, temple. It's the same logic as it's the same as like telling people that it's easy to make currency in this game once you know how to do it. The guy that's got 10 div in his stash right now that has no fucking idea what he's doing, that's just getting on and autopiloting and hoping he gets lucky, does not want to hear those words. Like, you're, you know, reaping what you sow in the game. If you don't apply yourself, like, of course, you're not gonna... It's like bitching that you don't make a ton of money, but, like, you didn't go to school and you didn't have a plan and you just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna, like, work a random-ass job. Like, it's not the world's fault, bro. For some people, maybe circumstances, like, owned you, whatever. Like, you got IRL bad roll, health problems, whatever. But just for like the average person, like obviously it's your life. You have control of your life. Just like in the game, you have control of your time and how you spend it. There's always exceptions to the rule, and those people are loud as fuck, though. The one broke guy in the game that just like does not understand basic concepts is screaming a paragraph in a comment section, and that voice is like overrepresented. And he's already taken all of the logic pills. Like, the only reason everybody else has all this shit is because X, Y, and Z. Because they play all day. That's the only reason. Like, no, you just don't know how to apply yourself, unfortunately. And people will attest to this that have been playing since 0.1. It's a knowledge gap. And the people that are now playing in 0.5 that play for the same amount of time every day, it's just like, obviously knowledge is the gap. You can play for 2 hours a night and make a fucking bag if you just do a farm that's guaranteed to give you currency. If you're playing a farm that has like a crazy chase item with a crazy investment cost and you don't run the simulation, law of large numbers will never kick in. For you, right? At this rate. If you're doing a farm where you spend a ton of currency to make a big ticket boom crazy sale, when you finally drop it, but this thing has a 1 in 200 drop rate and you can only run 5 a day, you might never make the currency before you quit the league. And like that's your fault because you chose to do that farm instead of a consistent one that's like valuable for your minute. It's valuable by the minute. Abyss is valuable by the minute. Ritual is valuable by the minute. Breach is valuable by the minute. But like a farm that's got a crazy expensive chase item with a really low drop rate is going to rinse you and make you poor if you can only play for 30 minutes to 2 hours a night. Unless, of course, you get lucky. But it's not like a stupidity thing, Jorgen. It's like a... You can't call somebody stupid for not knowing something they've never heard before. You call people stupid for like not applying themselves and like ignoring information and ignoring like all of the other players that are saying, hey, you should try this, right? Like you and the currency in your stash tab and your lack of currency in the stash tab is directly tied to whether or not you applied yourself. Like there are no excuses. There are like so many videos that teach you how to farm and teach you how to craft and give you the margins of how good they are. If you don't want to watch them and you don't want to learn, then it's on you. Like, obviously. Not you, like you, Jorgen, but like people in general. I don't think these people are dumb. I just think they don't care. And these are people that are good as fuck at other games, too. Like, they might be nasty at shooter games or, like, really good at League or something, and then they get on this game and they want to autopilot and get rich for no reason, and it's like... He's not an idiot or a bad gamer, he just doesn't care. Literally just doesn't care as much as you do. Because if he did, then he would have the currency and he wouldn't be bitching. I mean, yeah, even very basic shit, just like idling a stream while you play. Like, how much shit do you guys learn just having PoE streams open while you play PoE? How much money do you think that has made you? Just like watching somebody farm for an item that you didn't know existed, or watching somebody craft a jewel, or watching somebody like target farm an item, or, you know, employ a farming strat. Like, that's legit a multiplier to your currency. And this game is like one of the very few games where you can like listen to a stream at the same time while you play, because you're not like playing against other players. Like, audio is not like a necessary thing in this game. Yeah, even basic things like how to leverage the currency that you already have. You know what I mean? Yeah, you guys learned how to lose 220 or 2220. Sorry. What was it? It was north of it was between like 2,200 and like 2,600 of chasing fucking 15 spirit or 10 spirit. I don't even remember what it was. How to lose currency challenge. I mean, yeah, it was worth it to me. I don't know if I would do it again within the league, but I would do it on a future character. It was good content, I think. Yeah, at the time that was the value of a mirror. I lost a mirror looking for spirit. And then right after I was done playing, I knew this shit was gonna happen too. They buffed the content 4 times, which is really cool. And now everyone's having a killer time playing it, and I just don't want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. Thanks, GGG. You guys are goated for that. Appreciate it. Wouldn't have it any other way. I suffer so you guys... I walk so you can run. Enjoy, guys. Because even if... I don't think this happened, but even if a developer or somebody saw my video and saw how bad the odds were, even if... Right? Like, this is before they added the thing that lets you re-roll a shitty remnant into a potentially good one. Even if a dev saw it, it's not going to get me to play it twice. So it's literally just for you. Or another soul, you know what I mean? There's nothing that's going to get me to play that shit again. I don't care if that shit's squirting out mirrors. I don't need the currency that bad. So my sacrifice was worth it. Everybody else gets to have fun. I'm in the camp of, bro, keep that shit away from me. I hope more people play Expedition so that my omens are valuable. Ooh, Sinestral Erasure, that's a big one. Pawn and a king. I've been known to do the suffer grinds, though. $322. Last flame runs. Hundreds of simulacrum runs. Hundreds of TOC runs. And that was with old sim. New sim is like a lot easier to play over and over because there's less floors. A pawn and a king. Just seeing more screens, Jumpman, and Omen Chance. Wonder why you still play if you are this frustrated. That's gotta be an English second language speaker. 100%. He's not picking up on social cues. In the big ball. My. He has no idea what we're talking about right now. That was just a pure shot in the dark. I hope it sticks. Did you guys see the clip of Ludwig talking to fuck, what was that guy's name? He's a Brazilian streamer. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? Tota. Tell me you guys saw that clip. I'll play it on stream. It's so fucking funny. I gotta find it. Let me find it. You guys are gonna laugh. This is a good one. Ludwig Tota. Why do all these have captions? I don't want captions. That takes away from it. Look at this clip. I'm engaged to be married. That's what it's like to argue online right there. That's why you don't even bother, bro. That's who you're talking to. Somebody that has no fucking clue what you're trying to say right now. No problem. Dude, even if that guy's like leaning into a bit and knows exactly what he's saying, like that's just funny. Deliberately misinterpreting people is a valuable tactic. Getting people to argue in a framework when they're mad is also akin to that. That's the Valorant Swift Play special. Deliberately mishear somebody, make fun of them for something they didn't say. This idiot thinks this? You're so dumb, bro. get all happy in the microphone, talk louder. They didn't even say that. You know they didn't say that. Everybody but them knows they didn't say that. I'm not that dumb. I'm not that dumb. I swear. I didn't actually say that. You heard that. I didn't actually say that. That's legit the most free checkmate ever. Just low effort fucking minimal effort trolling. Would I recommend SSF for your second playthrough or just play normal and not try to trade too much early? You got into the habit of buying OP stuff with currency you had previously. You should play whatever you want. They're both fun in their own way. Did I skip over an Omen of Chance? Oh well. I wasn't looking at my screen. There was one screen where I didn't look and the Sinestral Gnome was over the top of something else. Let's see if it was actually an Omen of Chance. I'm interested. A broken heart. It doesn't catch it. Rest in peace. Broken heart. Mm.
Have an order? I'll post it right away.
I will say though, every time somebody has said I've skipped something, they've been wrong. You would be this would be the first time somebody was right about that. The amount of people that have typed you skipped a Mage Blood, and I'm like, no I didn't. I'm not even gonna go check, I know I didn't. It's because the filter, it's like difficult to see.
It's your lucky day.
It's your lucky day.
What's new? I'll do you proud.
Yeah, I think SSF runs are fun if you have a goal. But I don't think there's anything wrong with getting power quickly in trade if you just have the plan to make multiple characters, right? Sometimes I try to get 100 on a build. I've got like 5 characters at 100. Sometimes I just get it by happenstance. Like in the Temple Leagues, I had 100 on all my characters just because of how much XP you get. If I'm like 99, I'll like use ameliorations and try not to die, but... Yeah, I play SSF every league, it's inevitable. It is a limited version of the game, though. I think that's inarguable. You have to interact with different game systems that you would normally ignore, but what you can play is directly tied to how often you play. And you have to avoid a lot of content just because you can't run it yet. I think hardcore SSF also like exacerbates that same problem. Where it's like, yeah, you actually can't do that until you get lucky. Sorry, bro. So you have to go get lucky and come back to this. Yeah, I got to 100 and 0.2. And it took a very long time. I had a really quick build too. That was before like effectiveness was a stat, and you had to go to cleanse or corrupted zones to get +1. Do I think they would be dumb not to get rid of this city shit? I think the cities this league just turned into Towers 2.0. But I will say you don't need to run cities at all. Like, that's a user choice, where before you needed to run towers. I don't run cities, because I'm too lazy to go look for them, and I make good currency. Happy you like the build, Doom? Fuck yeah, bro. Yeah, FOMO bait, yeah. I agree.
You've got some goods in.
I always get bugged with the Grand Mirror. My last 4 have bugged in a row. Like, I just can't click them ever, feels like. Like, if it's convenient, I don't see why not. But I'm not just gonna do it and it not work all the time. The XP is trash in non-cities though? I don't agree. Sodom in New York. I think it would take you longer to hit 100 if you only did cities than if you just played maps and did cities when it was convenient. It takes a lot of time to go find city areas. Unless you already had a pre-explored atlas with all of the cities like already there. You've invested the time at a previous date. Yeah, obviously XP is better in the city. Everything's better in the city, but I wouldn't say one is trash and one's great. It's a difference of one tablet and a couple nodes, yeah. But the tablet does get scaled by things like Jado, and it's just about maps per hour. I have Chayula. It's a bug. It happens all the time, unfortunately.
Come check out what came in.
This is 2 div.
Seems like a good deal.
Flicker Strike Monk next. I really don't like that skill, I'm gonna be real. I think Flicker Strike is an imperfect skill. It's like, it has moments where it's garbage. And those moments are like annoying. Like you get stuck on a monster and another monster has Undying Will, and you're just like trapped on a monster, infinitely flickering into the monster until you die. That doesn't feel good. Invulnerability doesn't feel good. The expedition monsters that spawn mobs that you have to kill before them, you get stuck on that monster. That doesn't feel good. The skill's fun when it does what it's supposed to. But it's got quirks that are just like so ass. Dude, yeah, I have clips of me swinging into... So all of the rares spawn from the Abyss. One of them has Undying Will, so all of the other ones will not die. And I'm just swinging into a monster that is immortal for like 5 seconds until I eventually die. Like, just so annoying. And I'm not gonna combat log just when that happens, like... You can also equip and unequip your weapon to make it stop. I'm not gonna just do all that, just play a different skill. Also, the map mod where you lose your charges feels really shit. Because there are times where like a random ass monster just steals all your charges. And because you have to get hella close, they do it all the time. Obuko Bay. No, you can't. Crystallized immunities is only one. If you balance them all, nothing happens. If you read it, it says majority. Da-da-da. Get you up there. Mm-hmm. Honeymoon. Let's fly, let's fly.
You've received a shipment.
Speak quickly. I will make use of this.
A kiss to build a dream on, dude. I rewatched like the second half of Batman movie with Bane in it. That shit is the Bane movie. He like doesn't have a lot of screen time. Batman. Is that the one? Yeah. I joined the Discord when my friends were watching it, when he got thrown in the well. It's like, damn, bro's like never on screen ever. Who's the builder?
Hey, fuck you, man!
Yeah, Batman has good villains, just in general. Joker is one of the best villains like in media ever. Crazy what one performance does. I haven't seen them. I probably won't see them. I don't really care about Spider-Man unless it's Tobey Maguire, I'm gonna be real. Used to build a dream on.
Hey, fuck you, man!
Whittle?
You've received a
This build isn't on the MOBA yet. It might not be. It might not end up there, to be honest. Exclamation point gemling.
Have an order? Can I help?
Haven't done any breach farming. Not like high investment farming. I farm breach for XP and crack open the womb gifts for catalysts. That's it. There's a couple different ways to farm breach. I do the catalyst, lavish womb gifts. I don't know if those are best either, but those are pretty solid for me. Remember how we were talking about questions that lead you to an answer in the line of questioning? That's a good one right there. Why is it not going on the MOBA? Are you not happy with how it's going? What? What in the conclusion are we jumping to here? Takes time, bro. Gotta invest time into writing the guide and testing all the different shit. Currency as well. Might want to just make a new build instead of doing all that. $12K still, damn. I feel like I've deferred this a bunch of times. I have a mistake on my passive tree for Lich Twister on MOBA. Let's hear it.
Hail. All the best.
No. You're talking about right here. This is a regular point. Ice anything? You can't do that. You can't connect red to green. And the other one you're referring to is probably down here. You can't do that. You never can win. This skill is so fucking fun. Time I do, just the thought of you makes me stop before I begin. It's different on moba. Next, have a good night, bro. Let's see if it's my mistake or if it's a bug. This is a regular point. This is, it's showing red, but it has a green line. This is a red point and a red point. The other one's gonna be over here, right? No. Yeah, the point is still red, but this line is green. And this point is still red, but this line is green. My no. Yeah, you don't have to apologize, bro. But what are you saying sorry for? Just the thought of you, please stop before I begin. Tar and feather, tar and feather. How dare you question me? Ban him. It's actually more likely that the website is bugged than I made a mistake because I just port in my tree from my game from my pub. So I didn't actually manually enter any of that. My pub takes it from the game, and then I take the link from the pub and import it into the website, so I didn't actually click on any of that stuff. True ascension. Being right so often that the website has to be bugged. Because that means that we don't align. No, that happens a lot too with people that use AI. Like they ask the AI something with like their loaded question prompt, and then it gives them like a result that's like from a Reddit thread. It's like legit the worst source of information of all time. You get to the stages where you've like done the back and forth thing so many times with like a random person in Twitch that you're like, bro, you just need to equip the 2 skills and try it yourself. Like, I don't mind repeating it to different people over and over, but like going back and forth with somebody that's like sure of something that's trying to, I don't know if they're trying to do like a gotcha or if they're trying to dunk on you or like, I don't know what it is, but like Just go use Arc and tell me honestly that you think Spark generates more comments. Like, you're out of your goddamn mind or you're lying. Like, there's no... I don't care what Grok told you or what ChatGPT told you. Use both skills and come back. That was last league's Bone Shatter versus Whirling too. Same shit. Same exact shit. Dude, I'm literally looking at it in POB right now, bro. I'm looking at it in POB right now. It's like, alright. Why don't you, like, hold down right click? And then they never come back and type after they've done that part, because it's the walk of shame. You don't remember? Celiac? Dude, that was like 2 weeks of like pseudo drama because I won't say who because I don't want to stir it back up, but like people were going into somebody else's chat and like trying to dunk on him for disagreeing with me by proxy. Because he was recommending one thing and I was recommending another, and what Twitch chat likes to do is stir shit up. And they would come to me to get a clip so that he would play it. And I'm like, dude, I know who's making a character right now. You guys are lame as fuck. I know what you're doing. If he wants to use that skill, let him use the skill. Why do you care? You don't actually care about the guy or his build being good or bad. You want to like make him feel dumb. Like, you guys are lame. The dog pile around that was so cringe. And it's because they're threatened by somebody that's like sure of themselves. Why do you care if he's wrong or right? Who cares? He can be self-righteous and wrong. What does that have to do with you? You just want to be mean online, and that's not cool. That was a funny era. Dude, this guy thinks he knows everything, and look at him, and he's wrong. Like, who cares, bro? The fuck? It's a video game. Like, literally, who cares? Let him be wrong. People want to be mean, dude. Finger hovering the clip button, yeah. It's like, here we go, dude. And it's like very easy to see how somebody could confuse the two, right? Because one attacks that has twice the APS or more sometimes. I can see how from a POB perspective you would just immediately assume that it's better. And it's like, yeah, you actually have to click on both and try them both. And then, like, he's the personality type, too, that's willing to just admit when he's wrong. So why are you trying to dunk on somebody that is willing to admit when he's wrong? Like, I hate that internet dogpile bullshit. It's so cringe. People did the same thing with the, when I was, like, vouching for negative rarity. There's another creator that like vouches heavily for negative rarity, but his take on it was like different than mine. And people do the thing where they just like they are the middleman for an argument where they're like telling you what somebody else said and then going straight to that person and doing the same thing. And it's like, holy fuck, this is exhausting. You're not actually truth seeking or trying to find out what's better. You're trying to start shit. What do you think of people that say this, and it's like exactly what another streamer has said? So you think this, and then they go to that other streamer, so-and-so said this. This has happened with negative rarity. This has happened with Garacons versus 100% crit on Twister. This has happened with Bone Shatter versus Whirling. Always happens with ascendancies too. What ascendancy is better? And it's like very infrequent that like the person that's asking the question in both chats is trying to find the best build, and they have like the ARPG anxiety or like decision paralysis where they can't choose what build they want to play until they hear everything from everyone. It's usually people just trying to be assholes. Yeah, Area of Effect versus Prod Speed was another one. Sometimes people judge the build while the streamer's still cooking it. You hate that? Yeah, those are funny. Dude, I'm at the stage where I don't theory craft on stream anymore. Because the nerds come out in full force. And it's just like, damn, dude, if I just like listened to everything that somebody was certain of in my chat, I would just be playing your build. It wouldn't be my build anymore. So I just like don't do it on stream anymore. Like, yeah, dude, let me just listen to everything this one guy that's playing a similar build is typing in the chat. Like, I did not ask for your backseat. I'm like explaining my process, like while I'm doing it, and somebody's like, just use this, it's the best. And it's like, yeah, dude, then I'm playing your character and it already exists, and that defeats the whole purpose of trying to make a new build, is just like doing 50 things that everyone else is doing. Yeah. And by the way, if you listen to this, you'll never make anything original or creative. Ever. Like, ever. It's not possible. Because this player's idea of what the perceived best thing is from their knowledge of the game. Like, we've found tech on multiple builds that has broken the game and changed the meta. And it's like, you wouldn't have found that if you just settled on what everyone else is doing. All the time people find a new interaction that like breaks the game and it becomes the new meta. And you don't find that shit by settling on the first thing that sounds good or the most popular thing. And I don't think people understand that when you're trying to whip up something new and original, like.
Seems I was the right man for the job.
The negative rarity argument in that league, I think it was last league, was there was a streamer that made the claim that the best way to farm negative rarity was to do corrupted zones and to look for +1 and to look for exceptionals. And their take was centric around normal items. And my claim was like, just slam any bases off the ground and you'll make money. That was the difference. And then people compared the two and said, which makes more money? And like, neither of us made a claim about which made more money. I mean, I can tell you which one I was doing, but my whole claim was like, the time it takes to go find corrupted zones to drop the higher bases to sell the bases as white instead of slamming them is just not worth it, because it defeats the whole point of negative rarity farm being cheap and like cost effective and time efficient. Like, sure, the bases that are the higher item level sell for more money, but you drop them so much less frequently that it's not really much of a farm, is it? That was like my whole point. But people will misrepresent your argument and like paraphrase it, and you know how that goes. That's just the internet. And like, if the person that they're like pitting my claim against and I were to jump in a call, we would agree on every point. But they want to do the he said, she said shit in different Twitch chats, which is just rich. Well, what you're saying is opposite of what Prada said. I don't know. Like, okay, here we fucking go. Here we fucking go. Oh, another good one is when you have a popular build and another streamer is playing the same skill in a different ascendancy. That streamer just gets tortured with questions about your character all league long. Those ones are fucking awesome. Yeah. What's another good one? There have been so many. And by the way, none of this would be a problem if people weren't just like spectrumed out and could just like have civil conversations and ask questions without loading the fuck out of them. Like, the way people type questions is like insane. Like, the narrative is like weaved into the question. And like none of this shit is just like black and white either. When you ask somebody what's better, this build or your build, there's like 50 things that matter. Like what's your currency investment? What's your, you know, if you're on a league starter, what's your campaign time? How simple is your build? Like there are people using Combat Frenzy on Twister. You know what I mean? Like, do I think that's a good idea, generally speaking? No, not really. But like, that's because we've used pre-nerf Combat Frenzy. Does that mean that somebody that's using Combat Frenzy is an idiot with a shit build? No. Because you can use a suboptimal thing and still have a great character, and it could be BIS for one build and bad for all the rest. And like, even if it was shit, is it good enough because the character is so strong? Maybe. But like, people don't care about those nuanced things. Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those. Kadiros? Nothing. No, that's not like a creator thing though. That is purely viewers. The like ARPG anxiety and like FOMO and we talked about like decision paralysis. Like people cannot make choices for themselves, so they have to consult. No, I'm not saying they're not capable of doing it, but they're not willing to. And that means that they're gonna go stir up shit. And yeah. You have to have good patience if you're a streamer, because you're gonna get asked questions all the time that are just super loaded. And also, we're not dumb. I know what builds all of my peers are playing. When somebody comes in here and asks me a question that's basically, what build is better, yours or Rabbit's? Like, I'm not fucking retard. Like, in saying that I think my build is better or something is in any way going to detract from the probability that you play one of my friend's characters, I'm not gonna say it. I'm just not gonna say it. I won't even, I'll lie to you. I'll literally lie to you. Because I don't want you to think his characters suck, because they don't. They're good. They're just different. We're not playing the same shit, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna, if I know you're leading me to an answer, I'm trolling the fuck out of you. Like, you have to get trolled for being that guy. You're being that guy. So what's better on Abyssal Lich, Twister or Plants? Is Plants just shit build? Like, wow. Wonder whose character you're asking about right now. You want me to say that my friend's build is shit? Are you out of your fucking mind? Like, what are we doing here? No, for given choice it does not. Believe it or not, most of the popular build creators make good builds. Who would have thought? And it's almost like they're popular for a reason. Kongor's build is good, and Rabbit's build is good, and Miso's build is good, and my build is good, and Fubgun's build is good. Like, nobody makes bad builds, because no one would play them if they did. We're either all good or we're all shit. One or the other. Oh, you know what was another one? Sekimus versus TOC. That was another one where people are just playing both sides of the fence in two different chats, making me argue with Farmer. That was a good era. Like, comparing a realized gains farm to an unrealized gains farm is fucking hilarious. It's like comparing your career, where you get a salary, to your investment portfolio. Or like your auction house with your assets. Like, legit night and day difference in like how the currency is made. Like, nobody would ever compare those two things in real life. Like, you show up to one thing and you get paid this much every time, without fail. And this other thing might not sell for 3 days. It had to be. Like, certain farms are good because you get the money now, and you don't have to sell shit to anyone. You don't have to wait. You don't have to do any of that stuff. You can actually just get on the game, play for 30 minutes, and make money for 30 minutes straight. And then another farm, you don't make money for 200 hours. It had to be you. Also, like, the efficacy of your farm can be directly tied to your character speed as well. And your margin, if your character is slow, can just be fucking terrible versus like a character that's fast. And I think a lot of the time people will just like submit to the idea that, well, a streamer is spending all of his time farming this, and they like aren't connecting the dot that Fubgun has a temporalis and he's blinking fast as fuck. And like, they're on a character with no movement skill, with no temporalis, with no attack speed movement, and like, he's doing 10 maps for every 3 that you do. So he can run the simulation much, much faster. And that's why the farm is that much better for him. It's like a ton of nuance. I mean, that's an element too, like, how often somebody can play should factor in your decision making for what you decide to farm. If you can only play for 3 hours a day, you should do a farm that guarantees you currency. You would be a fool to farm something that has like a really low drop rate if you can only play for a few hours. Like, that's your fault. That's not anybody else's fault. Made a bad choice. Just the 2 of us. Like, if you can play for 2 hours a night, and then you gotta go to bed because you got work, or you get the kids ready for school or whatever, and you decide to farm voices, like, you deserve to be broke. Like, I'm sorry. If you went for the voices farm because you watched a streamer do it 250 times, how long do you think it'll take for you to do 250 runs at 2 hours a night? You don't deserve the voices at that point. You're coping if you think you're about to make money doing that shit. You're gonna get rinsed of all your currency. There are farms for people that have not a lot of time to play, that are great, that are consistent, that don't have like a crazy opportunity cost. If you guys played in the past, there were certain bosses, we used to be able, anybody that's a new player, like this league new, we used to be able to farm all of these bosses off cooldown with splinters. Like, you could just farm Zesht for literally all day long. You could do nothing but Zesht over and over and over. Or you could do nothing but King of the Mist over and over and over and over. Like, literally back to back to back. You didn't have to go find a map and put in a Breach Lord sack or whatever. You didn't have to do any of that shit. There were farms where it was only good if you started with a lot of currency. Because you have to get out of ruts. And like law of large numbers will eventually kick in and you'll eventually be above the average. But that might be 1,000 div. Before you start getting, you know, crazy good gains or whatever. And there were certain farms that like people went broke. And you would hear them all the time complaining. And it's like every video where people were telling you to farm King of the Mists told you that you need to start with hundreds of Divine. You need to buy hundreds of Divine worth of runs or you're not going to make any money. And nobody listens ever. And it's like, yeah, I mean, there were more consistent, stable farms, but... Also, the bankroll that you start with is, like, very important, right? Somebody in here earlier asked if 100 div was good enough to start farming TOC if they're trying to get adorned. Like, probably not. Like, you'd be under rate with that many. So you'd have to get exceptionally lucky to be in the green at that amount of runs. And you have to be cool with going broke. If you're going to make that decision, you have to be cool with bottoming out and having no currency. And then having to go make it in a different way and then return to the farm. And do you really want to return to the thing that made you lose all of your currency just from like a feels perspective? If you just lost 150 div farming Adorn, do you really want to go farm another 150 to try it twice? Because what if you lose again? What if you're the guy that's a little unlucky and you're under the rate? Or you're over the rate, sorry. It's, all these things are important. But what if I win? Too real. What do I think about Gathering Storm? I like that skill a lot less than I like Snipe. I don't like Ice Wall setup stuff. We can make it if we try. I mean, I farmed one Adorned and then the difference in Ritual to get my temp. I got my temp for 4,100, 4,150, I think. So I got halfway there with the Adorned. I think I made... No, I got a third of the way there with the Adorned. I think I profited like 1,600 div. Your video on how to make a build and how to optimize your build really helped you this league. You made your own build, it rocked, and you were super happy. Fuck yeah. Bro. Those are my favorite comments, bro. Trusting the process. Walked away with a character you're happy with. That's fucking badass. Faber with the sub, thank you, bro. Oh yeah, TOC is actually hell. You've got to make content around it. Like, that's the only way to not lose your mind. You've got to have the content element of like, I'm farming for this thing. It's mind-numbing. Yeah, we made another video today that I think will be helpful. This is the stage of League where I just do the philosophy videos. Like, Nobody cares about build guides anymore. It's all just like how I view the game, how I approach the game. I've had leagues where I've enjoyed TOC because the currency was so damn good. And I just like didn't like mapping. There was a time where I didn't like mapping because you had to go do towers. Yeah, this video is an hour long. It's about opportunity cost. We used to phrase the fuck budget builds to get a bag a bit differently. We used to phrase that with stop thinking like a peasant, but that one, for the personality types that applied it to themselves and were like, dude, I really am thinking like a peasant. I gotta figure it out. It was like very useful that it had like a little negative connotation to it. But for the personality types that get offended easily, they did not like that. They did not like that one at all. Oh, so I'm a fucking peasant because I have 20 div. Like, I don't know. If does the shoe fit? I don't know. I don't know. Is that how you feel? Yeah, it's like yes with a question mark. Yeah, maybe. How does that make you feel? I'm just gauging your response, you know what I mean? What I think about what you are in the game doesn't matter anyway. It's a fucking opinion, right? I could say everyone in my chat is fucking god tier and everyone in this chat sucks ass. Like, who cares what I think? I'm one person, you know? Like, you know, it's one of those. This is a steal, by the way. That's a little 2-div flip. No, I said that in one of the recent podcasts and pissed some people off. I mean, ultimately, this has nothing to do with what you have in the game now, right? Like, it's about your potential and what you're going to have with how you view the game. Ultimately, the person that says he's gonna do something and like actually tries to do it is gonna reach the goal, and the person that thinks it's not possible and makes excuses is not going to. Like, it's not like this is like a incredibly difficult task. It's a video game, for fuck's sakes, you know? This isn't like... This is probably among the easier things you will have to do in your life if you're interested in doing it. Like, the guy that makes 50 excuses for why he doesn't have currency is not going to make any fucking currency. He might, there might be one guy that gets lucky that bitches all the time and gets lucky despite the bitching, but usually your mentality is like directly tied to your success and whatever you're trying to achieve, right? Like, no shit. Oh, dude, streamers only have currency because blah 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 blah. Coping excuses, coping excuses. Like, here we go. Like, yeah, dude, like, don't learn anything about the game and just, like, bitch that everyone else hasn't figured it out and you don't. And ignore the fact that you're, like, the common denominator in all this. It's you and your knowledge of the game. We can just point our fingers and blame everybody else. Let's blame other people for why you don't have currency in your currency tab. That makes a lot of fucking sense. That makes a lot of sense. Well, everybody must be cheating then. Surely. Yeah. Legit the same logic. There are people that genuinely think that streamers are all RMTing. That we're all swiping a credit card and that's why we have so much currency. That's why we can make so many builds. Like... Yeah, or they just pick a scapegoat, yeah. Like, blame Fubgun for everything. Like, alright. For sure. Like, if you know that he has a market influence because he's the most popular streamer, and you can't profit off of that, you are the idiot in this scenario. You know exactly what's going to go up and down in value. Like, you can either complain that the gear is expensive, or you can use that to your advantage and make currency because the gear is going to be expensive. Like, you have the insider information. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, dude, you're broke for your 10th PoE league because of FubGun. That makes perfect sense. Yep. Very, very funny. Yeah, don't learn anything about the game. Don't apply yourself. Don't watch any videos or any content that will teach you something about the game, because you know it all and you're a perfect player, and the reason you're poor in the game is because everybody else is doing something to keep you that way. Yes, yes. Like, it sounds so... I mean, anything sounds stupid if you simplify it over and over. Don't get me wrong, but like, it's very funny. And like, by the way, that player will get to a stage, maybe just by happenstance, where like none of these things are true anymore because they just know more about the game, and they will never admit that they were wrong or their perspective used to be shit. And then they're gonna do the thing to somebody else where they just tell somebody to get good. It's like the circle of life. It's the fucking Dunning-Kruger. I mean, the best optics to view it through when you're like communicating with people about the game is just like, look at how certain somebody is of something. Like, it tells you a lot about like the kind of player you're talking to. Rondo deep in my mind, the love of me I've left behind. Exclamation point throat goat. Just got typed into the chat. Let's go. I mean, it's also bold to assume that like just anybody could just like stroll into PoE and make like the best build and have the best farming strats and like. Also, it's really difficult for people to like differentiate their wins from like a good decision and like luck. Like, there's so much bias that goes into like, oh, well, I said I was going to do this strategy and I did it and I won, so it must be good. And it's like, they don't know that that thing that they dropped, that they sold for all that currency has a 2% drop rate, and you can't just replicate that next league. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, bro, just drop a headhunter in the first 2 hours of maps. Smile. Easy peasy. Drop Garcons right after you started doing T15 Waystones, and it made you think you're the chosen one. You spent a ton of time farming another. Yeah, and then it fucked up your margin because you lost currency looking for it. Yeah, you gotta know when you got lucky and when the game smiled on you, and then you gotta know when you have a good strategy that you can replicate and employ. And you gotta do your due diligence when you're talking to others and telling others how you invested your time and whether or not you think it's worth it. Like, I think that's where the creators go wrong a lot of the time. Like, the amount of time you can play is like obviously directly tied to how good your farm is, or how consistent your farm is, or how often you should be recommending it to people. We saw this in early, like, between 0.1 and 0.3, where people would talk about the gains that they got in their farm, and they would include things that you probably shouldn't put in there, that were like, not truly representative of like how efficient the farm was. We saw a lot of that then. And it's like, it's okay to include those things if it makes currency despite them. But for example, if you were to talk about how good of a farm Simulacrum is, and you were to mention like how often you get exceptionals, and the exceptionals that you happen to drop were like all of the good ones, like Ancestral Tiara, like the Soaring Spear, like the good shit, all of the good shit, Vile Robe, like not understanding that you got incredibly lucky with those, and if somebody else was to drop a bunch of exceptional shit, the probability that they get one of those three is, you know, not common. Those things are worth mentioning that I think don't get mentioned probably as often as they should. Like, yes, you do get exceptionals doing that farm, but those are the best ones. And if they happen to get the best ones and they factor that into their gains, it's like misleading. Because it's like actually the difference between 5 Exalt and like fucking 48 Divine. I'm me and I am you. Cons, how you doing, bro? Same can be said of crafting videos as well. Like, the best advice you can give in a crafting video is settle when you get something good and sell it and start over. That is the single... Anybody that's ever crafted anything will tell you that there are moments in every craft where it's actually, like, positive EV to sell it right now and just start a new base over again. Instead of going into Omen of Light hell, purgatory, and ruining your fucking margin by spending 500 divine to make 600 div, instead of just selling the base earlier at like a step that was super profitable because you got lucky on a step that should have costed you a lot of money that didn't cost you a lot of money. That's another good one. Like, if you're making jewels for personal use, but you roll into like a god mod for another build, just sell the jewel at the stage that you're at if you're on that like third suffix step, and make your bag, and then you can buy 2 jewels and get to the same step for, you know, cost of 1 jewel, profited, you know, enough to do a second one. And it's like, if you've got the currency to do that, you should do that. Because you might be stuck on that step for a very long time looking for a very specific mod.
Hey, fuck you, man!
Also, we all know this if you play often, but like, the second the video drops, all of the numbers in the video are like obsolete and useless. That's an element that pretty much everybody is good at mentioning. But like, when I tell you this is going to cost this much currency, the second that video has 20,000 views, it is not costing that much currency anymore. Like, you're going to have to recheck all the margins on your own. That's why that you don't put margins in your video. Because somebody doesn't know that, that's like a newer player, and they're going to take it as a rule of thumb, and they're going to go to buy those like crafting mats, and they're going to get fucking rinsed. And not only are they getting rinsed on the purchase cost of like the pieces to start the craft, they're also getting rinsed because the market is more competitive, so the margin fell on in that way too. So the wick got burned at both ends, and every single person doing it is making less money now. And those are funny moments too. That's why we have the whole inside joke now of just saying every build is a budget build, because who fucking knows what this costs anymore.
Hey, fuck you, man!
Yeah, dude, 30x or less. I'm gonna get you to price check it. One way or another. Yeah, the Divinity Amulet, Benji. Or Benj, sorry. Immaculate Adherence, yep. Don't know why I didn't come. Is the Runeseeker's Fork still top tier without Lifesprig Legacy? It's one of those where the cost of the item is so high that you ought to just factor that into the total cost because it is so good. Runeseeker's Fork is a lot worse on characters that are not a shaman. So keep that in mind. Let me play among the stars. You don't do proliferation map first. I don't read these at all. Sometimes. Did I even look through my ritual in that last map, or did I just end it? I don't even think I searched through my ritual. That'll show you how much attention I'm paying. I'm pretty sure I didn't even look through my ritual page in the last map. You ever walk out of the bathroom and you're like, did I flush the toilet or not? Like, almost certain I did, because I always do, but maybe I didn't. That's how I feel about that last map. There's only one circumstance where you would have to go check, and it's if you left that stove on. How many of you have turned around on the way to work thinking you left the stove on? Have you ever been right? Have you ever actually left that shit on? Let me sing forevermore. Once, yes, holy fuck. In other words... Well, it could have been much worse than it was. That's rite of passage, Alex. To Wolf Charm. Gives you armor break, skill speed, movement speed. Oh, low rarity. Depends on the build. Cat is good, but more often than not, I think people are overpaying for it. It's really easy to get crit capped, which makes Cat obsolete. Also, it's conditional crit. It's a condition that you can meet in your mapping content pretty regularly. But I think most people can get to a stage in their character where it's not actually worth it to buy the Cat because you just get good jewels and then you can get Stagger Wolf. I think that's one of those items that just like has popularity factor. I don't think Cat is worth the price like ever. Without a love of my own. Yeah, Wolf was my favorite. I think Wolf is the best because I use attack speed movement and frenzy charge up time is important on my characters. Armor break is just so good for frenzy charge generation. I have charge regulation in 100% of my builds too. You could have the best item in the game drop and you wouldn't even know. You gotta get a loot filter, bro. It does the thinking for you. Yeah, charge regulation is really good. We just have Eternal Rage. That's it. We use Medved's Felling. We get increased attack speed for all the rage we have. We get 60% increased attack speed from one socket. But you don't get to benefit from your rage, damage-wise. It's purely for movement speed. Researcher Strongbox, researching how to drop a mirror. Let's go. Your friend that's trying to play my build should get an Ordained Spear. It's really cheap and will solve for his damage. Alex. And he should get rings that have double attack modifiers instead of triple. And taming is also really cheap. I don't even know what that is, so probably not. Because I don't know what that is off the name alone. Yeah, taming is cheap. The Ordained Spear is cheap. Sky Sliver is cheap for the movement spear. Do I think there are some ascendancies for Twister that are underexplored relative to the big few? No. The only thing that has changed for Twister this league was the addition of Gemling. Like the overhaul. Twister has been pretty well understood for multiple leagues. There are versions of Twister that have really good tooltip, but have, like, not good damage, like, relative to the others. Like, for example, you can make a Ritualist have a higher tooltip than an Abyssal Lich, but it will deal less damage. Because it will never have the prod speed that you have, ever. It cannot possibly get it. Because everything it can do to get prod speed, you can also do to get more prod speed if you really wanted to. Like, Gemling gets the prod speed in a roundabout way.
Check back soon.
With time loss, but you can also just do that on Abyssal Lich. I don't think it's worth it, or else we would do it, but prod speed is like an invaluable stat. So things like Deadeye and
Never going back, bro. No, never.
Ritualist
I ain't never going broke for
can
no
do
hoe,
damage,
never.
but they're not as good. There's like an S tier category for Twister, and then there's like everything else. The S tier Twister characters are Abyssal Lich and Gemling. And everything else is in like B tier. There is no A tier. Hero with the resub. Thank you, bro. 2 months, dude. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, you don't have to compare all this shit. If you enjoy the one you're on right now, don't swap. The dodge roll special is surely A tier. No. Absolutely not.
Never going back, bro. No, never. I ain't never going broke for no hoe, never.
Barb with the sub. And Alex with the sub on YouTube. Thank you, bros. That's interesting. You're just curious to hear if there's other stuff I considered when making the build. Not this league. Because again, like, the only variable that was like an unknown going into this league was how good is Gemling. Yeah, Twister has been an understood character for a long time. Like, I think Snoobe probably has the most experience playing like different ascendancies. Like, he's played Twister every league and has done a different ascendancy. I've played all of them, but not for as much time. The only one I haven't played is, he's played one that I haven't touched. I've played Invoker, I've played Deadeye, I've played Ritualist, played Amazon, played Abyssal Lich. He has one that I haven't bothered with, but the skill is so good you can play it on anything. I guess Spirit Walker, he's also played Spirit Walker. I haven't touched Spirit Walker. No interest in that. But the skill is good enough to play anywhere. It's just like how you want to play it. Yeah, I've done Invoker. I haven't done Martial Artist, if that's like one that people are doing. I don't know if I would. Probably wouldn't. Would I ever want to put timestamps or chapters in my YouTube video? We have viewers that drop them in the comments, and I always pin the comment. I will never manually add those. That shit takes longer than making the entire video. I know if I made a mistake while I'm recording the video, because I do it in one take, and I just put text on the screen if I do. At that point, I glance over at OBS, so I have the relative timestamp. I don't like re-listen to my hour-long video after I just recorded an hour-long video. It's like recent in my memory. I'll go in there and I'll like look at the audio track and I'll see where I have like dead space and I'll chop out those sections. But that's all the editing I'm doing. Or if I feel like in the moment I'm like having a difficult time like finding the words for the point I'm trying to make and I feel like it's long-winded, I'll like chop up that section to get the point across quicker.
Good news for you.
But yeah, you have to go back through it and make cliff notes for your own video. That shit takes forever. I played face breakers in the campaign and used rolling slam and leap slam. And then you can level with Ember Fusillade if you want. That's fun skill. How long will the current economy still be viable? Even now it's hard to find certain pieces of gear as most people have quit. The only gear slots that are hard to find are gloves, because the craft is so ass. It's very infrequently that when I'm making a character there's like not gear that I can buy. That's assuming that currency isn't an object and you're willing to just farm for something if it's expensive. But the only like really ass gear slot is gloves. You should be able to gear character at any stage of the league, to be honest. I think there should be everything unless you have to craft it yourself because some super specific item. Yeah, you'll be alright. Yeah, Spiral and Whirling are super similar. The one thing that Spiral has is a bow socketable that scales the attack speed crazy. My bow has over 2 attacks per second, which is fucking insane. How many are on trade have 2? None. 3 if I take all the damage off. This one has shit rolls. This one's good. This base has crazy APS, that's fucked. He also has an attack speed socketable. A skill speed socketable. And he has increased effective socketed augment items on a suffix, that's funny. That shit is not worth a mirror though, he's out of his mind. Dude, I'm happy to wait a long time for a league. If it drops in, it's as good as this one. Take your fucking sweet time, Jonathan. Drop some fire. I'm patient. I think we're all probably burnt out of games dropping and the content just being unfinished and not ready yet, and they did all of it to service like people bitching. Fuck that, bro. Let's get complete products for once. I'd much rather get like an extra month on how long it takes for the thing to drop, and it drops and it's fucking insane, than it drops and it's full of bugs and they've got to hot fix it for a month straight to make it playable. And by then, like, people are already jumping ship and gone, and like the hype's all dead.
Here's for you.
This isn't even from a content creator perspective, this is from a pure gameplay perspective too.
I'll tend to
Like, I was happy this update launched, and it did have bugs, but it's like a 9 out of 10 with the bugs. Bugs included, 9 out of 10. And it would have been a 10 out of 10 if there were none. But, that's not easy to do. And it's like a soft 9, too. Like, air's on the side of like 9.5, but we'll keep it whole numbers. We'll round down. And the one thing you hope is that, like, after your devs have gotten shit on for multiple leagues, that, like, they get their flowers too. Like, they deserve the good shit comments. Like, this is a fire-ass update. I hope they know that people had a really good time and were really happy with it. I hope. Because just negativity online is, like, overrepresented, obviously. Like, they've heard enough shit. It's not like they don't know what the problems with their game are when the game has problems. Exclamation point ritual tablets. Exclamation point Diddy Oil in the chat. Nice. No exclamation point oil. Exclamation point allegations is a good one. The Nightbot isn't a sub anymore, he doesn't even do the funny. Actually, guy's in here every day with no sub, fake fan.
Never going back broke. No, never. I ain't never going broke for no hoe, never.
Prince with the reset for 4, thank you bro. Big dog. Hello Prada, thank you for making the Abyssal Edge build. You've had a lot of fun playing it, making it better and better each day. Yesterday you were so lucky and you got a Rockiatas and a Garacons. Bro. What? You have both in one day? You have any idea how fucking rare that is? I have the lowest ad setting on Twitch. Am I playing PoE 1 League? No. I can't turn off ads though. You can't disable ads on Twitch anymore. Both lineage drops in one day is fucking insane. Plus minions on the helmet reaches a breakpoint where they cost less with reservation efficiency, which will enable you to have more on both sets. The minions have breakpoints at level 26 and 31, but 31 is not attainable if you want to optimize your character. How fast do I move? Like, what's the number? My APS on Bone Chatter? I'll show you in my hideout after this map. You still get plenty of money from turbo viewers, right? I think it's less than like 5% of everything I make on Twitch. You don't make shit from ads if you're my size creator in general, nor do you make shit from turbo. Like Kai Cenat is making good ad money. You don't make good ad money with like a 250 viewer average. My attacks per second is 8.85. 8.85 with no buffs.
Shipment sent.
Hey, fuck you, man!
Do do do. I can tell you right now. It is so low, it doesn't even have a value. The number is so low, it doesn't have a value. That's funny. I can't even give you a number. It doesn't show in my stats. Turbo in the last 30 days has made 360 bones. Ads in the last 30 days have made $1,022.17. And subs between paid, prime, and gifted are the difference. That's for the last 30 days. Is that going towards the Vegas trip? Yeah, we're putting it all in black. What is my slash kills? 500k. Slash played is 2 days, 8 hours, 8 minutes, 26 seconds.
Never going back, bro. No, never. I ain't never going broke for no hoe, never.
Cat with the sub. Thank you, dude. Oh shit, I have to go to Karatarth. Currency-wise, would it be smarter to run white no tablet T15 or triple tablet completely juiced T11? You should probably, if that is your question, that tells me enough about where you're at in the game, I would run irradiated tablets in T15 and just precursor tablet farm. Would ever move out of California to avoid taxes? No. I'm like pretty ingrained in my family dynamic. I wouldn't just leave the state for money. I would rather spend the money and be near my family than move away to save bread. Because the one thing you can always do is make more money. You can't make more time to hang out with your loved ones.
Shipment sent.
I mean, if the stream was making like life-changing money and it was like financially irresponsible to continue to live here, then you would just take your whole family and move everybody to Texas or whatever. If you're that kind of streamer, like you're up as fuck and you're like a multi-millionaire doing the streaming shit, then yeah, you should probably just uproot everybody and fuck it. That's like athletes that get signed to teams in flyover states and shit. Like, yeah, just move everybody to fucking the middle of nowhere and just stack bands, I guess. That's why the Lakers pay so much, by the way. You're stuck in LA. That means you're gonna go move to Hollywood and fuck all your money off. Thinking about a Molten Blast build, you're gonna follow the Cold Balls Deadeye build for a little bit of inspiration. I don't know what a good ascendancy for Molten Blast would be. I can tell you it's not Abyssal Lich with prod speed stacking because I've tried that. You should look at Nebulok with Infernalist. Check out my Nebulok character last league. Let's see if you can steal some swag from there. Funky Chicken took that archetype really far as well on Shield Wall. Yeah, there's a new money glitch in Las Vegas where you can double all of your money whenever you want. You just sit down at this table and pick red or black, and a little ball spins around. Double your paycheck glitch. Money glitch in the Matrix glitch system. Do 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 do. Bonk. Yeah, I will say though, like, I'm always transparent about the finances that the stream makes and shit, because it's all, obviously you guys are generous enough to donate to the stream. I don't think I'm doing very much other than turning on the game and giving you information. But I will say, PoE disproportionately supportive compared to other games for like the content creators. And I think it's because two things. Mature audience, like you guys have your shit together and you're not 15 years old like an FPS audience would be, and the game is inherently difficult, so you're like easing pain, like you're helping people get past annoying shit that makes them not want to play the game.
Shipment sent.
Like streaming FPS games is terrible. Like, so bad. So bad. YouTube content as well. FPS games, so bad. I thought this would be worth more. Oh, this is the non-crit one. I'm an idiot. I thought that was, striking.
Is that a good price for that? I have no idea.
Pack size. Also, this is a good game to stream because you can read the chat while you play. And you can't really do that in games where it requires your like undivided attention and shit. So I can actually read every chat message. And you can like actually build a community of like, you guys know each other in the chat, and I know you guys because of how frequently I talk to you. Obviously not past the point of like, you know, I'm not like friends with everybody in here, but like I have regular viewers and shit. You can't really do that when you stream FPS. Because like what percentage of a VR game can you actually read your chat? Yeah, much different streaming environment. These games are god tier for streaming. I like don't even look at my main screen the majority of the time, I'm just reading my other chat. But yeah, I'm not playing Fury 1 League. All of the dad gamers that play PoE though were at one point not dads and were blasting these games though. You remember the days.
Hey, fuck you, man! Hey, fuck you, man!
His name is PoE Dad. That's good. I'm trying to think of what my most degenerate, like... Dude, there were PoE 1 leagues where I was putting in, like, gross hours for, like, 2 weeks straight, where it was, like, unhealthy. Where you have, like, pain in your elbow and shit. I used to get pain in my forearm from pianoing. Like, left hand, just fucking spamming your flask buttons. Yeah, like unholy hours. Oh. Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops 2 launches, MW3 launches. Like, holy fuck. Literally just all-nighter for 3 days straight. When MW3 came out, I stayed up for like 80 hours on launch. I think it was winter break in school. So it like, I don't remember. I don't remember if I was in winter break or I was about to go into winter break. But, oh yeah, just like heavy duty gaming. I broke one of my mice with M4, M5 and just like never used M4, M5 after that. I use them again now, but I had a Razer Orochi. I think it was the Orochi, and I broke my buttons playing PoE. How long have I been streaming? How many years? I've been streaming for 500 something days straight. I've been streaming every day since February 11th of 2025. So a year and 5 months. Dude, yeah. Yeah. COD launches were different, bro. COD launches were so different.
I have a buyer.
Yeah, it's been fun. I mean, I wouldn't do this if I didn't enjoy it. And I look forward to the stream every day still. The stream goes through phases too, where like at this stage of the game, Like there are a lot less new players, and like the people that are still kicking and still around are like super interested in the game, and we get to have really thoughtful streams and stuff where we talk about straight up nerd shit. It wouldn't be as well received earlier in the league because you're kind of just like talking over noobs' heads, like they have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I kind of like when the chat has like less heads in it and we can nerd out about the game. But obviously, like when your chat's super jumping, like this league, my viewer count like doubled, and I just like actually couldn't read all the chat messages for the first time. Like obviously super grateful, but it's a different streaming experience for sure. Much different. I was like apologizing to people for missing their messages because like I just legit can't keep up with the fucking chat. Because if I read one guy's message and then I talk about it for 4 minutes, that's 4 minutes of like other messages that I did not get a chance to read. Because some things are worth, you know, some things you can give a quick answer to, and some things are worth like elaborating on because it might service others.
Hey, fuck you, man! Hey, fuck you, man!
Dude, yeah, we're the tour guide every league though. This happens every league. I just want to know everything about the game. Like, that's like an overarching motive I have. I want to have played every build archetype and be able to answer all the questions. Like, I've made so many fucking characters. And it's easy when you've learned the game an update at a time. It's going to be difficult for like newer streamers or newer creators to be able to compete information-wise if they're just playing when 1.0 comes out. How much of a difference does one quality make? There's no answer to that. You have to check your breakpoints because everything has different quality values. Like if one of your skills has a top-end quality of 30 and another has a top-end quality of 20, they have different breakpoints. I'm retarded. I don't know what the fuck you guys were talking about. It's just time in. I'm interested in improving. I like approach things with that in mind, but I don't think the problem solving in this game is like inherently difficult when you already know like the systems. It's like things are revealed to you with time played. At 1,000 hours, your understanding of the game is different than 2,000 hours, and like certain things are inevitable. Like all good players will agree on these fronts, and it's like it's just information that you learn over time. You actually cannot understand it at 200 hours. I can say it to you, and you can like listen and maybe apply it, but it's not knowledge. You have to experience all that stuff. We talked about this briefly earlier when we were talking about just like some things just have a feel and you can't explain them. Anybody in here plays an instrument or is like been good at a sport before, there's just like shit that you can't teach. You can't say why, you just know that it's effective because it works. Somebody out there might be able to break it down and explain it, but like understanding comes from experience.
Sold it.
So you take pray and spray. Well, spray and pray is on your other weapon set, Derek. And you're always moving when you use Twister. You should be, even while you're moving around like this, you should be moving when you use the actual Twister, which is on set 2. Whirling slash is on set 1. But I'm using WASD while I'm moving right now. That way when I come out of my skill, I'm moving. And those attack nodes are that good that you should do that. That's a good question though. I think it's important to have a philosophy on how to improve at games if you care about them. Playing with intent is important if you give a fuck. But I think there's also a best teacher for every student. Like, some people learn differently. Like, I coached a lot of players in Apex. And people learn in different ways. Some people have to learn by making the mistake 1,000 times. And like they have to run at the brick wall, they'll never be able to understand it. Or some people have like personality traits that are like really difficult to just like turn off. Like if somebody tunnel visions in their fights all the time, it's really hard to tell them to just focus. Like if it was that easy, they just would. They're just not at that stage of gameplay yet where they can tune shit out and lock the fuck in. Or people that have like a lot of anxiety and they like play differently when there's like pressure, like they're in a top 5 scenario, 1v1 to win the game scenario. Like all of that just comes from repetition. You have to win those fights to build the confidence to not be nervous. Just takes time, all that shit takes time. This game is like a lot different though, it's all problem solving shit and it's built on like a knowledge foundation. The more information you're working with, the better decisions you make. All of your decisions are wiser if you know more about the game. Yeah, I mean, improvement advice that I would say is like a complete waste of time might be the ticket for somebody that like gets them past their next plateau. You never know. Or like, for example, player 1 and player 2, or coach 1 and coach 2 could give the same information but in a different way, with different language and, you know, different vocab terms, and it might be received better or worse, even though they're saying the same shit. For some people, you can just call them a dumbass and like question them over and over, and they're like, okay, yeah, I don't know why I did that. It's fucking stupid. And if you called somebody else a dumbass and said, why are you doing that, they'd spiral and play worse. You know what I mean? It depends on the player. Yeah, hands-on learning in PoE, the gate between you and being able to learn this is currency, and that comes from your ability to farm or craft. That is true. Like the person that's rolled, you know, 10,000, not 10,000, hundreds of Omen of Light can tell you that certain mods are rarer than others without having to refer to a website that says that the weights are low. You know what I mean? But you can also be a dumbass and be nice as fuck at video games. Like, really fucking good. And a lot of the time, that player can't tell you why they're good. Because they haven't thought about the concepts that make them good. They just play. And shit, if it works for them, it might work for a similar player, similar personality type. I mean, ultimately, nothing beats time played. You can have all of the correct philosophies about the game and be a shit can, terrible player at every game. Nothing beats time in the game. You can have 1,000 opinions on the best way to play a guitar, but nothing beats playing the guitar. And people try all the shortcuts in the world, like, oh, if I spend 1,500 hours in Kovacs and just work on my aim, like, nothing beats playing the game for that amount of time. How big is the difference between classes? The only difference is where you start in the tree and 8 points in the ascendancy. And the where you start in the tree thing, you can just replace that line with 1 jewel, because you can get a jewel that lets you start wherever you want in the tree. Does ailment threshold change with how many resistances they have? The actual stat does not, but your probability of inflicting an ailment is directly tied to that, yeah. And that means if they have more res, if you have Rockiatas, then you have a greater chance to inflict an ailment. But I say the most knowledge I've obtained comes from reading things in game and playing it or reading and watching content outside of the game, i.e. forums and YouTube. Dude, I don't really watch very much anymore. When I wasn't a creator, I did. But I don't want to like poach ideas like subconsciously, so I don't watch other people's shit. I watch my friends stream and I see what you guys tell me in chat, but I don't actively seek information like that anymore, no. Also, just like having time played in the game, I also just have like confidence that I can look at something and like optimize it because I have a ton of time played. So like I'm at the stage of the game where I don't really care what anyone else says about it because I know I can figure it out. So I like deliberately try not to look at what others are doing for that reason. Like, I'm confident I can look at anybody's build and improve it. And I don't really care how much time he has on it. Or I can look at any farming strategy and price check the tablets and say, these are not worth 20 div. That one line on this item is not worth 17 divine. Because I know what the farm is, and I know how it works, and I know that the margin is getting ruined by the fact that these 3 tablets have 17 div lines on them. And it's just not worth the cost. And then you can use that logic with support gems and jewels and the use of this megalo or the use of this unique item or all that stuff. This is Spiral Volley Gemling. We dropped a video on it if you want to check it out. I look at what skill I want to use first and think about whether or not I want to use it for a long time, because it's going to be, like, for example, I'm going to click Spiral Volley thousands of times on this character. If the skill isn't fun, I'm not going to play it. The first thing I look at is the skill, and then I look at the supports that can support it, and then I think about a tree, and what notables I want to gravitate towards, and then I think about how many jewels I'm gonna get, and then I decide on what character is the best for it. And sometimes, you know, retroactively, I'm like, okay, well, this character will enable this thing. Do I want to go back and change the aforementioned steps? And usually the answer is no. The ascendancy is like the 5th most important thing. Unless I'm thinking of a build from an ascendancy's niche, and I'm like, it has this niche, I want to build around the niche. I don't ever make characters around unique items. I don't ever say, oh, lore weave's in the game. That means I want to go play Gemling and then use the lore weave. Like, I don't make characters centric around unique items usually. I think that's just like a naive approach because a lot of the uniques are bad. But I will say, if I'm going to use a bow, I'm going to use Kadiros because it's so good. Like, you would rather say Gemling is good and I'll weave in a lore weave instead of lore weave is good, I'm going to play a Gemling because lore weave is good. Because Gemling is much more important for your character power than this chest is for the character power on your Gemling. If you only have 3 div in your stash, what should you do to improve your build? You should use that 3 div to make more div, because you're not improving shit with 3 div at this stage. Unless you've got a really bad character right now that you've put no money into. I would try to make more currency. You don't want to think budget. You want to think like a king and work backwards. If you're talking about like Frisia stuff, the only like special ascendancy we have in this game is Abyssal Lich, where it has like different nodes than normal. Yeah, here's some basic pro tips for newer players in here. Omen of Light is worth 12 div. You get that from Abyss, killing Amanamu monsters. Fracturing Orbs are generally over 10 div. You get those from cleansed maps. And Whittling is over 10 div, and you get that from Ritual. Those are already 3 very valuable items that you can get pretty consistently. Also, Trial of Chaos is a guaranteed 6 div profit every time. Minimum. If you guys want some freebies. And you can lean into all of those things and make a farm around all of those things. Is it worth going for Adorned and Trial of Chaos? Yes, that is a net positive, guaranteed money farm. But it's time consuming. It's like almost impossible to lose money if you sell it un-ID'd. A div is a divine orb. It's like the standard currency of the game. Maybe I have one in my inventory. I don't right now. But things are typically priced in divine orbs. Yeah, but you shouldn't RMT because that's lame and ruins all your fun. It's like playing GTA with cheat codes and it's bannable. Yeah, because you didn't run enough runs. It's really easy to calculate the math. All you have to do is divide the cost of the un-ID'd Adorn by your entry, and you know that the drop rate is 1 in 50. It's just once you start, you can't quit until you win.
Sold it.
What I think about Delirium? I don't mind it. There's like a facet of it that I can't stand. Getting body blocked by monsters is really fucking annoying. I wish that would change. Getting kind of tired of that. That's like a constant variable that I wish would go away. Is it worth it to spend a div on the keys or whatever, or should you just like run 3 over and over before adorned? Obviously that's going to take you like 4 times as long to do the farm. It depends on how much currency you're starting with and how quickly you are expecting a return, right? I buy 2 and then get the difference within the ultimatum. So on the ultimatum, it will tell you what your reward will be. See how this one says cowardly and this one says victorious? I'll buy the 2 fragments of the kind that I'm gonna run and then get the difference on this. So in this example, I would buy cowardly and deadly, and then I would get the victorious within the run. And that way you only have to buy 2 for your startup cost. And that means that you can run them every time. But, I mean, it's all up to you. Honestly, for a lot of players, I think the better farm is to just do Trial of Chaos and sell the fragments. For where most players are at in the game, I think that's the better farm of the 2. If you're rich as fuck and you're trying to get richer, go for Adorned for sure, but you kind of need a bankroll to farm for Adorned to begin with. We were talking about this earlier, but you can't really compare a realized gains farm and an unrealized gains farm. Like, Sekimus has a direct currency correlation to how fast your build is. And TOC really doesn't. It doesn't really matter how fast your character is in Trial of Chaos. Like, half of the rooms in the game limit your speed. Also, like, all the money you make in Sec is centric around selling shit to other people. It's like very few currency exchange things.
I have a buyer.
You can get that lucky ATD every now and then. But that shit might not sell right away. Also, if there's even a chance that you fail a Trial of Sekimus run, probably shouldn't be running Trial of Sekimus. And Trial of Sekimus is also like directly tied to how knowledgeable you are of the floor layouts, and Trial of Chaos is not. Depends on the player, depends on the build, depends on how often you have to play. Like, if somebody can out-average you because you haven't gotten lucky, and you're playing for the same amount of time, like, then his farm is better. Obviously, you can get lucky, and, you know, that's an element. Farms sometimes are good because they have luck variables. Like, Ritual is really good because you can get 2 really nice drops in it while you're farming consistently. Whereas, like, Breach, Womb Gifts don't have, like, a crazy max win, you know? You're not gonna ever get a crazy max win from Reaver Catalysts. Like, you know what all of the Reaver Catalysts are. There's no Giga. Farming for Last Flame is, not a good farm, typically. If you've got the build to do it, fuck it. Might as well. But I don't think many of you have the build to do that. It depends on like who's asking the question, because the answer is different for everybody. If you're glitched with glitch's build, you can farm Secumus just fine all day. It's probably the best single use of his time. If you're not that, maybe that's not the best use of your time with your character and your clear speed and your knowledge of the content you're playing. And yeah, it's like a very rare drop, so if you're willing to farm it for a month and you're happy with your mirror after 1 month, then maybe. But I feel like you probably could have made a couple mirrors in that amount of time, a different farm. I enjoyed Secumus at 1.2. It's my favorite content in the game for a while, for like months and months and months. Yeah, but the breach +1 spell rings for the crazy win, that's not a farm. Like, farming for Last Flame, we can barely use the term farm for that. I think less than 10 of those rings have ever dropped. That is not a farm. That's like saying farming for a mirror in maps. Like, it's just... more people have dropped a mirror raw by like multiple orders of magnitude than have dropped that +1 ring from the breach tree. Like, that shit is like double digits. And the first digit doesn't start with 2. Like, those are incredibly fucking rare. Is the story any good? Well, the story in this game is incomplete. But I think this game is a prelude to the first, right? If I'm not mistaken. I don't know any of the lore personally. I can't speak on it, but I mean, it's cool enough for me. What little I know. Okay, it's not a prelude. It's after. Interesting. Let's go show what I know about the lore. I don't know shit about it. All I know is the hooded one is a bitch, and Delwyn sucks. Exclamation point, ritual tablets. I run T15 for ritual. I mean, if I have a T16, I'll run it, but I only use corrupted maps if I want to overroll the map that I'm on, because I think it's shit. I can show you the omens I've made today if you want to see them after this map.
Hey, fuck you, man!
Sold it.
Alright, I don't know how many raw div I've made today, but this is my profit after the cost of my tablets, obviously. Where's my ritual tab? 14 whittles, 4 dextral erasures, a sinestral erasure, and 4 sinestral annulment. Ignore these ones. I don't know how many of these I've gotten. And a Wrathpith, and a Dream Frag. That's today's omens. This is a pretty average day. I think a bad day in ritual is like 250 div. That's like a shit day. And my tablets are like 30 chaos for 3, like all 3. And then like 2 to 3 div for the head of the king every 6. That's what we're working with. So pretty budget farm. And I'm too lazy to like slam tablets I pick up off the ground and shit. Like if I type in normal, I haven't gone through any of these or any of the un-ID'd ones. Like there are other things in here that are money that I just don't want to do. Like I don't want to play Ice Cave, so I'm gonna corrupt this map just so I don't have to play Ice Cave. That's like the only time I'm corrupting my maps. And I got Wayward Isle, which is good. I do not give a fuck about city maps at all. If I can get it over a cleanse zone and it's like time efficient, I'll do it. But I'm all about the maps per hour. I'm not going out of my way to use cities. It takes too long. Same with Delhi. Like if I can get a Delhi mirror over the section I'm doing, that's great. But like I've got a Delhi zone over a corrupted zone. Like Delhi influence over a corrupted zone right now, and I'm too lazy to go turn the corrupted into cleanse and then go place the head of the king over. I just like don't care. And I'll probably end up dropping like 3 fracturing orbs doing that, but I'm not pressed for the currency. It's there whenever. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow, wow, wow. You also get chaos out the ass farming ritual. Say a good like 50% of your foretold bounty rewards are like between 2 and 8 chaos. Sun Temple is good this league. Sun Temples is a great map now. It's been shit in the past though. I run Jada, but I don't use the exceptional node now. I don't have rarity. I don't use rarity. I have like 40 rarity or something, and I would not have it if it meant I could get a better gear slot. I'm just not willing to buy new gloves. Or new boots, sorry. Yeah, opportunity cost video. Probably drop it tonight. Low-key feels like rarity's a scam. I won't speak on this. The regular viewers have heard it a million times. I'm in the same boat. It's not a priority stat for me. I don't give a fuck about it at all. I get rich regardless every league without it. It's impossible to quantify whether it's good or bad anyways. Nobody can test anything.
Good news.
Close on me.
Yes?
Negative rarity used to be god tier Thanos. We could just say objectively it was better, but a lot of the perks of negative rarity are no longer tied to it anymore. I don't know what I just depoted, but it was something I needed in my inventory. I think it was my map. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I mean, yeah, there's just no way to, like, test it. You need, like, insane sample size from a ton of players, and none of these players can be trusted to, like, take an academic approach where they control for variables.
Can I help?
And nobody's willing to do the due diligence because all of it is centric around just getting a video out. And it's like a general guide for whether or not it's good. And it's like, okay, but testing it on white maps doesn't teach anybody anything. We might be able to figure out how a system works because of that, but that doesn't mean that people should or shouldn't use it, you know? And yeah, it's just aids to test because you can't control for conditionals. Like, before this, with the previous Atlas, we had people dropping, like, a ton of content on whether or not rarity was good. And they have, like, conditional multipliers in their Atlas spec. Like, a fifth of the time, double your fucking loot. You know what I mean? Double your precursor tablet values. And it's like, okay, everyone uses that, period. But you'd have to account for every time it went off as well. And your sample size is 20. So it's like, there's just so many moving parts and so many variables to account for that it's just like nobody has ever tested it in a reliable way. It has yet to be tested. All we know is that the rarity slot is in high demand and it's a very desired mod because of popularity, right? That does not necessarily mean that it's like rooted in like efficacy or something, right? A lot of bullshit sells for a lot of currency that's not good. That doesn't mean that rarity's bad though, but it just means that there's no merit to the value. Like, who knows if spending 250 div on every gear slot is actually worth it if you drop raw currency because you have rarity? No one can answer that. Maybe, maybe not. Also, like, if it's a prescription that you're giving to other players, like, a lot of people could use the character power and could use the suffixes and prefixes on their build. Like, they could use the suffixes for resistances and have, like, cheaper gear and a stronger character, or they could use the prefixes on their rings to get flat damage and have a stronger character for less money. Like, you gotta be careful with the advice that you give as well. Last obviously if you're running temple, rarity is good. But the context changes every league, right? Like the best farm last league was not a rarity temple, it was a negative rarity temple. But do you really want to slam bases and like sell exceptionals all day? Like, that's not very fun, so not very many people did it. Depends. People were making multiple mirrors in value a temple run, but it would take like twice as long to run, 3 times as long to run, you know what I mean? Because you gotta price check it all and list it all. And you gotta portal out of your temple over and over because your inventory's full. So I can die. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, think of all the variables that go on when you're trying to compare rarity. You've got the actual map that you're on, which has its own inherent density and number of rare monsters. Certain maps have more rare monsters than others by design, right? Like, not all of the maps are equal. Not all of the waystones are equal. Not all of them have the same amount of rarity and effectiveness. There's conditional modifiers scaling everything. Precursor tablets and waystones. Like, there's a lot of shit going on. And we're talking about rarity as it pertains to, like, rare monster kills. There's also a belief system that all of the loot is coming from rare monsters. That's not necessarily true, right? But it's like, then, is it better to have more rare monsters and effectiveness, or is it better to have pure rarity? And it's like, you can do this song and dance forever and never get an answer. And it's just like, and then you have the popularity of the desired mods, and it's like, half the time, if you just do what everyone else isn't doing, you're making more money because of the margin, because the cost of the tablets is so expensive, because that's the perceived best way to farm it, which nobody has tested again, which nobody has any knowledge of, right? It's all an opinion. And it's like, even if it was the best, it's no longer the best for currency making because you spent so much on the tablets. Like, all this shit is just like, just don't even fucking run it, bro. Legit, just don't even run it. Just, the best thing you can do for your currency is get into another map faster. That is... Al can go is back on top. Yeah, I'll do your amulets. Let's go. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's what rarity is. It's a fun stat. Rarity means that you have tinks more often. That might be the whole reason you need. Who in their right mind is paying 32 div a tablet? A lot of people. Thousands of players. No. Rage in a cage, no. I appreciate the offer, though. Alright. So, his spirit is fractured on all of these. By the way, if you ever intend on using an Omen of Sanctification to try to overroll your plus level of spell skills, this cannot be a fractured mod. Keep that in mind. He's got spirit fracture on all these. He's trying to roll these level of all spell skills above 4. And they're all div'd really well. Let's go. If you're not familiar with how this item works, it's going to take one of these or all of these modifiers and scale them by a value of 0.8 or 1.2. Let's go. Emotes in the chat for the bro. 3, 2, 1. This one went to 5. This one stayed at 4, and the mana went up. This one's at 4, this one's at 4, and your mana went down. So we've got 1, 5, and the rest of these are Whiff City. I don't know if that's profit or not. But, good shit. Also, always make sure that these are anointed. I should have mentioned that earlier. Oh, here. Hopefully that's a bag. Dub. Dub, dub, dub. Bow, 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 bow. Huge. I don't know what I'm going to title this opportunity cost video, because I feel like putting opportunity cost in the title is probably not good for the alg. I could make it how to think part 2, opportunity cost in parentheses. The how to think video is like another philosophy style video, just like video game approach. Dude, I don't mind a clickbait thumbnail if you didn't get baited. If it's just a loud ass thumbnail, if the information's good. I don't think I do that. But I don't mind a red arrow in a thumbnail. The video's good. I think YouTube is the platform of quantity and not quality, typically. People just know that if you upload frequently, your standard of video doesn't have to be good to grow your channel. So, kind of everybody's doing some form of bullshit.
Never going back.
The thing I won't click on though is an AI thumbnail. I just won't do it.
Going broke for no hoe, never.
Personally. Dayla with the sub, thank you. Walk away. I think if you make quality videos for long enough, your yield is like greater. Like I can give you a couple examples of people that make a video every 4 months, but it's so good that like it always farms. But you have to like develop that reputation with your community. Like Video Game Donkey used to upload very infrequently, and all of his videos were just straight fucking bang every time. Who's that Crobe Cat guy? Crobe Cat. That guy's videos fuck hard, and he uploads very infrequently. Like some people can do it. I mean, dude, it's hard enough to get monetized on YouTube. Like, is Summoning Salt the guy that covers like speedruns in video games? Where he like talks about... Are we thinking of the same guy? Who's the guy that does those videos, if it's not him? Yeah, dude, that guy's videos are sick. He'll have me watching a speedrun in some like straight up bullshit game that I don't care about at all. It's like a TV episode. Yeah, this album is so good it makes you forget to pay your child support for 7 months. That's true. Lauren Hill fucks. Yeah, I like the little niche I've cut out. You have to endure things when you watch a Prada video. You have to endure a shit mic and no editing. It weeds out a lot of people. Wouldn't change it. I can guarantee you 2 cuts in a video on average. Take it or leave it. The best builds are the ones you have the most fun on. Yesterday was crazy. The ins and out of things. Yeah, I'm not using music in the most recent video because it's like super long. I've also gotten mixed feedback on the music. I don't know if I'll continue to do music in the videos. It's like pretty 50-50. I got it going on. Bad times. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't make videos if I didn't have like a video concept. The only things I enjoy actually editing are like the montages and stuff.
Back, bro. No, never.
Which is what I was cooking up before these, but I didn't ever expect those to get any views. Like highlight videos are not like the vanity on that is funny. Here's a video of me shitting on a bunch of terrible players. The actually like well edited videos are fun to make. Like that DayZ video I played on stream yesterday, that was fun to edit. But it's not got any crazy effects or anything like that. Raghelm with the resub for 5. Thank you, bro. I'm down to play another little edit video. These are not good. I don't recommend them. They are great, just not for this build.
Hey, fuck you, man!
These aren't Raven Touch. They have +1 suffix. Big ups. Hell yeah. Ooh, how cool.
Hey, fuck you, man!
Hey, man. Bow, 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 bow. History. Day to day. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bad times. I had a video that I like actually tried on. Wow, wow, wow. For a great day. Whoa, whoa. Wow. Whoa, whoa. Bad days. Days. Bad days. And days. Mm-hmm. A bad time. But I'm still in the mood. Days. The bad days. Bad times. I have perfect timing because of snipe. The Twister build has an MTX. In the morning. This video was fun to edit. You guys can make fun of how bad my editing was in this. These are all clips from like one day. When you edit like this kind of editing, it's actually fun.
Hey, fuck you, man!
That was fun. Those were fun. But that's not like the majority. This shit took way longer than it should have. That was only a minute long. That shit is not worth the time. That shit got 600 views. That shit is not worth the time. We had a couple other ones that were fun to make. The killing streamer videos were good. These were my first videos to like actually bang and get good views. My description fucks though. Killing streamers with movement, aim, Imperial Hal, Nick Mercs, Asu. This guy is hacking. These are actually fun to make. These are fun to make. We'll play one clip. You guys don't care about this game, but by the way, the music that's playing is at the volume that I would play with music. This isn't edit in post. Like, this is from the clip. This is my teammate, my random teammate, by the way. Imagine seeing the VOD and this is what you hear. Oh, these people were crashing the server on console, so they didn't die. Console players could get in your ranked games and do this. They literally can't die. Like, alright, bro. Alright, bro. This is a good one. Those are my randoms just getting fucking slammed. Love that. This guy got nervous. You know that stings. This is so... You can't get done this bad. This last guy fumbled horrible. We won't watch another. This guy gets really mad, cries in my ear. What else? This guy says something about a cream pie. What was another good one? This is a little kid that reacted crazy when I clutched. These guys were cheating. These videos are fun. They were fun to make. Those are actually fun to edit and throw together. Outside of that, editing fucking sucks, bro. Editing is not fun. Those are fun to go back and watch after like years. The morning. The morning. The morning. Dude, when Arenas came out, there was a money glitch. There was a money glitch in Arenas when it first dropped. And if you did some bullshit on round 1, I had a devotion on round 2 with max attachments. There was a money glitch where you could sell shit that you had already bought so you could just get infinite money every round, and they patched it really quickly. It was Hodsick that got it patched. That was funny. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, worry about you doing, bro. Hey, dog. I don't think I've ever met, like, of all my internet friends that I know that are, like, professional editors, if you want to use that term, people that edit for, like, really big content creators, none of them ever like their job. And if you've been in, like, any community where people edit clips for other people, nobody wants to do that shit. Editing just sucks. Your heart ain't in it.
Ready to hunt. There it is.
That we have. I don't mind editing my current style of video, but I hate editing shorts because you have to upload them all individually and render them all individually. You can't like batch render in Vegas. And if you could, you would still have to individually edit all of them because there's not like a generic template. Then you gotta schedule all of them too. This shit just takes so fucking long. Yeah, somebody. Do I have an ethical copy of Vegas? Yeah, of course, of course. Your laughter. Of course. Never bumped into your kind before.
Dude, yeah, now I want to watch an Apex video. Should we watch Jamie's Apex video? Jamie has my favorite clips in Apex.
We'll watch a Jamie video before we jump out of here. We watched a COD montage yesterday before we got out of here. Now we're watching a Jamie Apex video. Strap in. You guys are in for a treat. The Australian. Oh, we were the best, bro. Everybody in Genesis, we were the best. Legit God Squad. Everybody was nasty. Led by yours truly. Rise without a face. Oh, it was like a big ass friend group. Like everybody knew everybody that was in. But if you were our friend and you were sorry as fuck, you were not in. Everybody earned their slot on the team. We made like team tages and shit. Shit on so bad. The human race rise without a face. Dude, getting 1v3'd in Apex is like the most embarrassing thing that can happen to you. It's one of the most embarrassing things in any video game. There is no reason you should ever lose a 1v3. Like, the math behind it is just so bad. You have to deal 600 damage on average with 2 guns, and they have to deal 200 damage with 6 guns, which is 70 damage each. And you can't kill 3 people without reloading. Like, the math is just terrible. Don't reinstall the game. Do not reinstall the game. I mean, there are a lot of great Apex players that don't know how to hit a clip to save their life. A lot of the time, you're making a bad play going for the clip because you're not healing. But the best Apex clips have no cuts where you just shit on all 3 players on 1 health bar and it's like consecutive, you know what I mean? There are lots of like nasty players that don't have any good clips. Like, he's swinging this kid with 110 health and he's gonna shit on him anyways because he's got an ego. But was that a good play? Probably not. Would a better player have punished him? Probably. But that's why it's a highlight, you know? This is Ja Morant throwing this shit off the glass and slam dunking on Wemby's head. Yeah, it's also easy to call it a bad play if it doesn't work for you, but like, good player can make anything work. And he's got the clips to show for it, right? Yeah, this is my friend Jamie. He's Australian. Who's that guy in his ear? Basil the freak is knocked too. Godcom. Slammed! Slammed! Yeah, Basil's shitty ass wall somehow just being perfect for that one fight. Yeah, no. Apex was good, bro. Alright, one more. One more, then we get out of here. One more. No, Basil's the most improved player ever of all time. From Basil first time playing to Basil, like, when we all stopped playing, crazy. Idurium has some of the best raw aim out of anybody I've ever met. Apex really is the game of like, there's always somebody better. Somebody you've never heard of is just fucking insane. But Ethereum's mechanics are fucking dirty. This clip is fucking. This is one of my favorite clips ever. Oh my god. Ego chow your whole team. Dude, yeah, Ethereum with the Kraber is like. Yeah. The strafe in that is max pump every shot with a perfect strafe. Not lose any momentum the whole time. Camera that kid. Slammed so bad. Slammed so bad. This kid's just lost in the fucking sauce. Headshot, headshot. Spray transfer. Beam his shit. Bounce off the wall. Slammed. I, it's just too nice. Yeah, the Jamie clip through the tree is one of the better clips, yeah. That's like the top 5 clip for me. That's one of my favorite clips in the whole game. I mean, Crust still has the best clip of all time. The trick shot into squad wipe is like... Yeah, all my shit's on my channel. If you go past all the... what's it called? PoE videos. Mm. Oh my fucking god. Shit on so bad. No, I don't. I would never play this game again. I can appreciate it. But it's not the same game. Like, the game we're watching now, it's not the game that it is anymore. This shit is long gone. The days of turbo-inting into a bubble with a PK and slamming 3 players on the nape of their neck is not a thing anymore. This clip is fucking nuts. It's literally just a COD clip. He's just gonna quickscope a triple headshot. Like, okay, bro. No, we're watching it again. I'm sorry. You look familiar when I saw you. You've never seen that before. You've never seen that before. I don't even know if you can do that anymore. Does the Kraber even one shot to the head? All 3 people peek you one after another and you just Call of Duty them? Waits for him to res? Okay. I don't think it's this clip. There's another one in a similar spot that's nasty with the crab too. Slammed. And he re-peeks to save the clip. Fatigue, no scope. Dirty! Take your bubble from you, slammed! Use it against your teammates. Same thing that makes anybody quit at Apex. You get too good and the game gets worse. So you just hate it. Everything you like about the game has changed, and the only reason you continue to play is because you're nice. What the? Another. This clip is nice. Shit on so bad. Shit on so bad. Catches the super glide over the wall. That's a pro skater ass clip. Slammed. Slammed. Slammed so bad. Good enough. That's a good one. Yeah, this is when you actually had to know how to super glide. I mean, every video we watched is in that era of the game. Now anybody can just press a button and do it, which is embarrassing, but it froze? What the fuck? Is it because it's in 4K? That's fucking Blue Ball City. This is just, these kids are just Kovac scenarios at this point. I mean, I think people are just threatened by like skill. Like you might look at this and think that these guns are all overpowered or something, but like dude, he has thousands of hours of like trying to get better and improve. He just cares more than you. Anybody that would look at this and see like a problem just like doesn't understand that you don't care as much as anybody that's playing like this. They care way more than you do and are putting in way more hours than you. And that's why they're better than you. Has nothing to do with how smart they are or how talented they are or any of that shit. You either care or you don't care. You either have the time to play or you don't have the time to play. 31 to 33 to
bound to buy that.
Those are fun to watch, though. I haven't watched Apex Fit in a bit. It is about that time, though, my bros. I'm gonna send you guys on. Somebody's got to be live and hanging out. Who is on Po 2 right now? Who did we raid yesterday? Crimson? Mr. Angormus is back. Hold on. We'll raid Angormus. I haven't raided Angormus in a bit. He's back. Oh, he's practicing for ExileCon. Ask him all about it, my bros. Hope you guys had fun. And, yeah. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. If you go out tonight, be safe. Be responsible. And I'm going to send you over to Angormus. Get some emotes in his chat. Ask him about the ExileCon stuff. Pretty sure they're playing for money. That's pretty cool. And I'll catch you bros tomorrow. If you go out tonight, be safe. Be responsible. Hug your loved ones. You already know. And I'll see you guys when I see you. I'm going to get to editing this video, and I should have it up by tonight. If not, I'm going to schedule it for 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. But the video's already recorded. I just got to upload it and make a thumbnail. I'll see you guys later, though. Peace, peace, peace. Later, later, later.